We're stuck on a whole different planet. No peace looking at the sky. Trouble's always all around, so we stay quick with the guns and cannons. Standing as long as we can until we get all dolls up. Then call our bets off, we'll blow the guitar. Dealing with lives messed up. Dark matter, every minute matters. In the wild, other lives shatter. See it go scatter. As they pour out, we can handle them. It's a thought taking over the came unexpected. Hard to accept it, getting marked with death. See your friends snatched and darkly possessed. The thought inside, still in the body and breath. So
Thanks for the support!
Kapay Walo Games just resubscribed for 46 months. So ready for more XENOBLUSSY.
you're my enemy. Tell me, God, are you punishing me? Is this the price I'm paying for my past mistakes? This is my redemption song. I need you more than ever right now. Can you hear me now? 'Cause we're gonna shout it loud. Even if our words seem meaningless, it's like I'm carrying the weight of the world. I wish that some way, somehow, that I could save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. Maybe if I keep believing, my dreams will come to life. Come to life. Cause we're gonna shout it loud. Even if our words seem meaningless, like I'm carrying the weight of the world. I wish that some way, somehow, that I could save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. Still, we're gonna shout it loud. Even if our words seem meaningless, it's like I'm carrying the weight of the world. I hope that some way, somehow, that I could save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. Maybe if I keep believing.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. That was the longest starting soon screen of my life. I was running behind today. But hello, welcome in. I hope everyone's doing well. I forgot to post a going live picture too, so I should probably do that because that's, you know, what I do. So let me do that really quick. I hope everyone's doing well. I made like the best matcha today. I'm really proud of it. The captions are working. Yes, finally, finally. 1 second. Okay. Oh my god, it's so weird, like taking a starting soon picture with y'all. I know no one's actually watching because I haven't changed the scene yet, but it does feel like y'all are watching, even though nobody is actually watching me take this right now. Okay, let me see. Okay, I feel like I'm happy with this one. It always takes a little bit for me to get one that I am happy with. All right, let me post it. Okay, there we go. No, Aiden, I think you're always slaying. Okay. By the way, this is related to the Xenoblade music. No, this is Nier music. This is related to the Nier music. They're releasing a quarter scale bunny figure of 2B, and I'm gonna get it. Like I have not bought a bunny in so long, and this one I'm gonna get because it looks amazing. She looks really great, and I do love me a good quarter scale bunny. Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you all for your patience. That took about 1.5 million years, but you know, trust the process. I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Tuesday. I have my matcha. I made an amazing matcha today. I was inspired by Mystic because she made a lavender one, so I made a lavender one. And then I made a little lavender cold foam. So good. Green Yuri behind you. It's, you know, it does kind of seem like you're warning me. Oh no, lesbians. Hello everyone. Hi Aiden, Kate, hello. Hi Icarus, or Nar. Hi Pidge. Oh no, the lesbians are behind me. What will I do? Oh no. Hi Frosty. Shadow Reaver, hello. Yes. So I'm a figure collector. I have toned, excuse me, I've toned down the amount of figures that I have been purchasing over the years. So I only buy ones that really resonate with me. My favorite figures are quarter scale bunnies. Actually, I'll get one. Oh God. Okay. This is Power from Chainsaw Man. And they're all dressed in bunny suits with these cloth fishnet tights. They are and like, look how big she is. Like, she's a quarter scale. They are my favorite figures. They are pricey. They are pricey girls, but they are my favorite. I love them. I love a good bunny suit. So they're coming out with the 2B one, and I'm like, I love Nier Automata. I love that game. So she's half my size. She is a big girl. I have this one, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 bunnies. Wait, was there an A2? I might need to get A2 as well. That's so dangerous. Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've gotten bunnies though, so it's okay. Hi Yensid, how are you? A2 looks amazing. Oh, like blushes. A2 looks so good. I'm gonna get 2B and I'm gonna get A2. I need to see when they come out though. I didn't actually check the release date. Hi Gabby Bunny, welcome in. Thank you so much. That's really sweet. Okay, I'm gonna put her back, but like, look, she needs a dusting like really bad. I have not dusted my figures in a hot minute. Feeling like an irresponsible figure owner, but it's okay. It's literally like moving boulders up a mountain when I am having to dust my figures. So, yeah. Anyway, let me put her back. Okay. The Sadako is amazing. The priciest figure I have is the Kotobukiya Sunset Shimmer. Listen, I love Kotobukiya. I love Kotobukiya so much. They're such a great figure company. I have so many figures by Kotobukiya. And what I love about them too is that the quality of their figures are amazing. And then on top of that, their price points are usually pretty good. So, oh my God, wait. A2 looks amazing. Oh my God. Oh, I have to get both of them. I have to get both of them. Oh my God. Why did I not see A2? If anyone is interested, they're up on Amazon, or not Amazon. Nope, they're not up on Amazon. Well, maybe they are, but I don't buy from Amazon. They are up on AmiAmi, where I usually get my figures. This one comes out December. Well, 2B comes out in December. And the yen, okay, so the exchange rate for US dollars to yen is still pretty good. Again, these are pricey. So the 2B one is $262. These are pricey, girls. They're pricey. All right, where is A2? A2, where are you? A2, where are you? Why do I not... Has she not gone up for pre-order yet? I only see 2B. I don't see A2 on Ami Ami. Sorry, this has nothing to do with Xenoblade, but it's important. Okay, well, I'll pre-order the 2B one for now, but I need the A2, and I don't see it up on pre-order yet. So I wonder if that's coming later, actually. It could be coming later. Okay, proceed to checkout. Don't mind me, I'm just buying shit. Do I have anything else coming in December? Let me do DHL. Whew, my allergies. Oh no, I don't have anything in December, so that's perfect. Okay, there we go. There we go. Hi, Sness, how are you? Are you familiar with the piano version of this from Yoko Shimomura's Memoria album? No? Hold on. I'm looking it up. Wait a minute. No, I've heard this one before. I've heard this one before. This one is so good. I'm doing well, Yinsen. How are you? Oh, this one's so beautiful. I haven't even played Automata yet. I just love A2 for playing the PGR cross. A2 is amazing. I ended up doing the lightning. Oh, the lightning 13 fig. Oh boy. Phew! Hang on. Okay. I'm scared to start a figure collection. I know it will consume me. That's what happened to me when I first got into figures. I was a feral gremlin. And to be fair, I still love collecting, but now I like, it's an expensive hobby. So this one's painful. Wow. Wow. Effigy punching the air right now. Oh, wowzers. Hi, Proxo. Bea and I have gotten more into collecting the past 2 years, and it is too expensive. It is so expensive. It is so expensive. You really have to, like, be choosy about what you get. Otherwise, yeah. I had to really tone it down. Plus, I'm running out of space, so there's only so much that's what really stops you, is when you start running out of space. Count down the hours of the Switch 2 reveal. It's we have what? It's next week, right? Is it that Tuesday? Wait, or is it that Wednesday? If you miss a release, which can drive the FOMO. Yeah, that's what's really rough, is that I've gotten, I got figures, whatchamacallit, after they've released, and sorry, this song is like taking me out. It's so beautiful. I haven't heard this one in a really long time. It's gorgeous. Oh, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. It's just music, it's not gonna hurt you. Do you have any that are worth significantly more than you paid for? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Let's see. I have a Chobits figure that is extremely expensive now. I don't actually know how much it's going for now, but I know that I bought it like aftermarket for a lot. What's this from? Someone must tell me. This is from Kingdom Hearts. I won't say whose theme it is, but the original theme is from 358 Days Over 2. Hi, Crownless, you're playing right now? Hell yeah. Chobits, yes. I have a Chobits. It was my white whale. Me with Final Fantasy X music, that's valid. And yeah, that one is pretty pricey. What else do I have? I think they've done a couple of reruns of the Xenoblade figures, so the Xenoblade figures I don't think are as pricey anymore. Hi, cats! Thank Thank you so much for doing my meds. How is GDC? How is GDC? What else? Let's see. My Danganronpa bunnies. You know what? I counted my bunnies and I forgot to count my Danganronpa bunnies. But my Danganronpa bunnies are very pricey now too, especially the Kyoko. I think Kyoko is really, really pricey because that was the first one that came out. So yeah. If anyone, I haven't posted a picture of my collection in a while. If anyone's interested, like I'll post some pictures in the Discord. I also have some Sailor Moon figures. Sailor Moon collectibles are... Sorry, this... Sailor Moon collectibles... I can't even finish this! Sailor Moon collectibles are really pricey. So some of the ones that I have are really expensive now. Okay. It's not gonna hurt me, it's just a song. Skip the song! This song is really powerful. It is beautiful. It is probably my favorite song in the entire Kingdom Hearts series. Is Vector to the Heavens. It will hurt me. I do have, oh, Aiden, I can't wait. Aiden. Hi, Aster. I actually haven't played 15. That's on my list. I do have a... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I have... If anyone wants to see... I'll post, like, pictures, too, in Discord, but I do have a My Figure collection, which is basically just social media for figure collectors. It's not updated. I have not updated this in a little bit, but that's some of what I have. Oh, does this say I have 66 figures? I haven't looked at it in a while. And I got more recently. Oh, good Lord. Anyway, yeah, this is probably... Wait, hold on. Yeah, this is probably the one that is the most expensive in my collection right now, like aftermarket. It is gross. It is gross how much people buy that for. Okay, now that we're done. No, we can't do it again. Anyway, wait, you went to a party with Neil Newbon? Let me see. Stop! Look how cute y'all are! Oh my god! Oh, I hope that you had fun. You look so happy, Kate. Oh my... Kate? Cat. I think Kate probably looks happy today too, but yeah. They're selling it for $400. It does list the original price of this figure on here. Originally, it sold for 85 US dollars. It was 85 US dollars when it first came out. It has the figure sculptor credits. Yeah. If anybody is into collecting figures, I love my figure collection. It helps me not make stupid decisions when I'm like buying aftermarket, or a lot of people on there are really knowledgeable. So you can learn a lot about the manufacturers, and it's great. I love it. This one's not from '86. This is from... I don't actually know if this is... Wait, it's from Recreators. But it is Hiroyuki Sawano. Over quadrupled the value. Nice, yeah. You know, if there's one thing that I'm happy to pass down to my kids, is my figure collection. Hopefully they'll be able to get something from all of my figures. Another figure that I have that's extremely pricey now, I think aftermarket. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Wait, it's in my collection. Duh. Hold on. Where is he? Where is he? He's very pricey. He's very pricey boy. Let's see. He originally was $59 US when he came out, and he is constantly ISO. He's constantly ISO. But people are buying him for outrageous prices because they have not rerun him. It is Kyo from Fruits Basket. He is my beloved. He's my beloved. I love that figure. I've never seen recreators. I still own Xenoblade figures. You could probably find them actually. I think they're a bit easier to find nowadays. Did I play 16? Yes, I did play 16. If you're interested in my playthrough, it is up on YouTube. Anyway, how was everyone's weekend? Sorry, we were kind of everywhere there. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Anybody do anything fun? Anything exciting? I rotted a lot of the weekend. I didn't really. I did some house stuff, and I didn't have any time to really get in Xenoblade X. Like, I probably played maybe 3 hours over the weekend. So I was telling everybody, I was just like, I'm gonna have to wait until stream. Oh my God, speaking of 16, this is so funny because we just framed, it's literally sitting right here. We just framed my signed 16 print that Square Enix actually sent me this print when 16 came out on Steam. And look, it's signed by everybody. So I need to hang it up, but yeah, we literally just framed it. That's so funny that was brought up. Jelly status confirmed. Yeah, I love it. Been playing Final Fantasy IX, finally up to the point where I stopped last time. Oh, nice! I see Leon Stroll's voice actor, yes. Your weekend is starting now? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Rotted. Okay, rotting. Yes, rotting is exciting. Yeah, I really needed it. I really needed to chill. They announced the myth for Love in Deep Space for my favorite male lead, Caleb. They announced it. And oh my God, this is unrelated to Xenoblade, but y'all, this is so wild because for anyone that doesn't know what Love in Deep Space is, it's a silly little mobile game that I play. It's an otome, but it's funny because he's like a mecha man in this one. And I love it because it just reminds me of Xenoblade and Nier Automata. And I feel like they did it on purpose. Not to have main character syndrome, but I do feel like they did it for me specifically. Where is it? I wanted to put a picture of it on screen. Not to have main character syndrome. Listen to me. I'm being silly. Where did I save that to? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa, that's very big. Oh my God, look, I'm Caleb. Anyway, yeah, he looks like a freaking, like he's from Love in Deep Space. What the hell? What the hell was that? Hang on. Oh, there we go. Okay, I forgot that chat wasn't on screen. Anyway, who are you and what'd you do to Lorie? Good for him. Hi, Star. Are his boobs out? Yes, his boobs are out. Is this Blue Vixen Xenoblade mix on Spotify? No, this is some curated list on YouTube. Still excited for that new Noctis figure to be made by Square. It looks so good. You got your metaphor OSC in the week. Oh, the weekend. Yes, nice. I played a little bit of X, but now I'm doing board quests to be able to advance the story, and it keeps sending me into level 32 territory. Oh no. Weekend was good. I went bird watching on Saturday and posted the pictures that I got in Discord. Yeah, they looked really nice. Wait, is this from Attack on Titan? Yeah. Oh, this is a part. Yep. It's really just it's like a mix of Hiroyuki Sawano and also some Square Enix stuff, some Atlas stuff, some anime. So yeah, it's a big mix. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much because we are running behind today. So I want to get right into it and get some more gameplay in, especially since I didn't get to play all weekend. Y'all, tell me why Effigy is like level 41. Like, he's been playing so much, and I'm like, this is why I get irrationally angry. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. But it's not fair. Does that make you jealous? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm like level 25. I didn't get to play. Like, damn, I was really excited for this game. It's not fair. Wait, where's my Switch? I don't have my Switch. Hold on.
Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to light by accident when it remains on. Sounds like it's meant to be.
Wake up, mistakes made when things fall apart. What matters at the end is how you left the mark. Fire in my soul, fire in my heart. Till you see on the other side of stars.
Oh, the journey starts from where we did first step. No one's sure what lies ahead before them breath. Stand up. Colors maybe muffin down.
Okay.
We will be somewhere.
No, the music. Okay. We did it. And then I charged my controller. I did charge my controller. Currently level 27 with 40 hours clocked. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh, I want to play Persona 3 badly as well. Why must there be so many video games that are so good? Why? Why? It's not fair. Okay, good problem to have. Sometimes it's a good problem to have. Other times I'm like, man, I guess maybe when I'm older and I have lots of time, who knows? Maybe. Okay. Oopsies, I left it sitting for too long and now it's just like, I guess I'm gonna turn off. A friend tried to tempt me into grabbing Balatro while I have the money. I mean, listen, Balatro's great. I love that game. I mean, at least I think I do. I don't know. It's one of those games where you're like, this is an interesting concept, and then you play it and you're like, and then you're literally at like 20 hours and you're like, how did I get here? Like, what happened? Like, how did I get here? That's how it is. It's a very interesting experience. Oh no, I missed what happened in chat. Was somebody being stupid? All right, I am still on chapter 4. I've got 30 hours down. Level 25. It's good to miss some things sometimes. All All right. Hi, Zillion. What were we doing? All right, we're going to progress main story because I literally waited to progress main story until I was streaming. So I did try and do some exploration on the weekend. I didn't really get that far. I just got to Oblivia like yesterday. The music in Oblivia is really good, by the way. And yeah, let's do some main story. Do some main story. Am I like right here? Yeah, but I'm still gonna teleport. You don't like missing things? It makes you sad. Oh no. Oblivia is sure. Yeah, Oblivia is really great, the music. You're going to Oblivia today? Oh, nice. Yeah, so Valem still remains. Oh no! Oh no!
Either you picked up another Xeno, or someone's been holding their breath too long.
Oh no, I forgot to.
This is Elle.
Oh no!
Heading out there.
I forgot to like
We
glam
are
them.
Elserif, if it please you. This planet has been our home since days of yore.
Elma looks.
Long-time resident?
That's why we brought him back. His knowledge could prove invaluable. I'd like to request permission for him to stay in New LA.
We can't allow just anyone to waltz into our city on a whim.
Oh my god.
How much do we know about him?
I know enough. Enough to say that we can trust him.
All Mirren natives are good, honest folk.
Yes, Tatsu, yes.
Every time we get back
Anyway,
to Elma, I'm like,
quite
no!
sure of yourself.
Get her off the screen!
All right. I'll share the responsibility.
She's not dressed
He
for
can
this.
stay. If that's acceptable, Mr. Director General.
If you're both certain, so be it.
Many thanks, good sirs. Truly, we are walking on the 9th cloud of 7th heaven. Please call us Elle. The rest is far too formal. And
God, I relate to him
prefer
so
Elle.
much. He does not understand
More importantly,
idioms.
Colonel, what happened with the Lifehold unit?
I see. So it wasn't the core after all.
No. We confirmed it was one of the archive units.
Oh,
Unit
Elma.
number 07.
07? That would be the LC repository, wouldn't it?
One of 3, but yes. The entirety of the Library of Congress archives. As I recall, the data was stored on units 07 through 09.
Well, thank God it wasn't the core. This situation could have been a lot worse.
I wonder. The LC archives contained nearly every published work in mankind's history. It's not like it's just a bunch of random books and manuscripts, you know. It's a history of human thought, a record of opinions and emotions.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah, sure, but...
So if you stop and consider what it means to lose even a third of that data, it's a cultural and historical loss of catastrophic proportions.
We do have parity data for the archives here. We know which unit was lost, so hopefully we can find some way to restore it.
Let's hope so.
Moving on. These ganglion, you're certain they were involved in the destruction of Earth?
Here, see for yourself. The left shot is from a battle over Beijing, the right from our encounter.
Son of a... Is it possible this is their native planet?
Tatsu told us they aren't from here, and Elle confirmed it. They're recent arrivals, very recent.
So, either it's one hell of a coincidence, or they followed us.
Considering they appear to be systematically targeting the Lifehold, I'd say that leaves no question.
The music startled me.
Could they possibly know the purpose of the life hold?
Maybe the whole reason we haven't found the core yet is because those scumbags already trashed it.
If so, none of us would be here talking in the first place, would we?
You got a point there.
This information doesn't leave this room, but we've had several recent Pathfinder reports of Xeno sightings and contact. They may or may not be ganglion, but regardless, I propose we double down on our defenses going forward.
That'll be all, Elma. Please continue hunting for any signs of the life orb.
Yes, sir.
We gotta change her clothes.
Remember, the clock is always ticking.
It's giving
We
Barbie,
have to find that
which is nothing wrong with that, but it's taking me out. She looks like a watermelon starburst. She kind of does. Oh, okay, so that was interesting. We had a little bit of a Library of Alexandria moment there. You know what? You're right. She is matching the dream house base. I completely forgot that we made a Barbie dream house in the barracks. Hi, Zamps. Music wants to make sure you know, right? Hi, Ernie. How are you? Being the token gay in my group of straight friends. Archives say he, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Oh, okay. I hate Oblivia's. See, that's what. Okay, so I walked into Oblivia and I started dying, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So the first time that I went, I left because I was like, I don't think I'm ready for whatever's happening. And then I went back and I wasn't being attacked by whatever. So yeah, I think I realized later that it was weather effects. This person may have lived here longer than we have, but we can't allow him to be here. Right. Which is such a shift from the opening of, the the opening movie, or like the opening cutscene of Alma saying that we need to learn to live in peace. But yeah, I wonder if, like, I'm so curious about what's gonna happen. Oh my god. I'm just catching up on chat really quick. Do you want her normal logo into fashion? Put her in Granada light suit, survival for all slots. Okay. The silliest weather effect of all time.
Thanks for the support!
Bad Facey just resubscribed
Silly!
for 82 months. Time for my monthly attention. I hope you are doing well, Lorie. You are twice as stunning inside as you are outside. Cause you, my friend, are gorgeous.
Oh, Silly! Thank you so much for 82 months. I appreciate you. How are you? I do know about the Collectopedia. The Collectopedia is dangerous for me in every single Xenoblade game. There's a new arms from Merit from Co. They're implementing new technology based on data from Xeno combat encounter. Sounds pretty cool. Okay. Heart to hearts. I feel like I'm still in the tutorial of this game. Oh, we have L in our party? I didn't know that. Hold on. A native of planet Mira, though eerily statuesque by human standards, L's looks offer a sharp contrast to his whimsical speech and folksy personality. His immense knowledge has gained him the trust of both Nagi and Vandham. Oh, okay. I did not know that he could be on our team. I'm gonna put him on our team. I'm gonna take Lau out. No offense, Lau, but I'm putting in L. So now we got the girlies and the gays. Okay, confirm. It's different from letting strangers into your space. Also, the director seems to strike fellow. Yeah, I don't like the director. I ended up playing Chapter 5 last night because I think I've explored every I reasonably can. Oh, wow. Hi, Dale. How are you? At any point, grind DE. Easily do all affinity quests the moment they unlock. Oh, nice. What's his role? It sounded like he was like a support. He's so tall. Okay, but look at my group of people. This is so funny. Like, I love this.
Listen,
What was I gonna say? He's so Orako. He is, actually. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That just reminded me. I forgot to announce that we've had some emote returns and we've had some emote changes. So, we brought back some Kingdom Hearts ones. Actually, yeah, we brought back Kingdom Hearts ones. And we switched out the sip emote for Marluxia. So, yeah. This game just asks its players to voluntarily take the L. I will happily take the L. Okay, let's go do more main story. I wanted to do the main story so bad over the weekend. Wait, where? Did I miss where it was? Okay, I finished chapter 4. You love Riku and Marluxia. Good to see the Kingdom Hearts emotes back. I know, same. I'm happy to see them back too. I will be switching out the lore hug for our Axel emote eventually, but I do want to see if I can get the Axel emote adjusted a little bit. But yeah, I am going to be switching that one out, which I know, like, the hug emote that I've had for a while now has been a pretty iconic here, but I really do want to go back to my roots of showcasing the games that I love through my emotes. And yeah, the Genshin emote, the Genshin emotes in general, eventually I will be switching all of them out, but it is going to take some time. I missed Axel too, really. Yeah, so if anybody has seen the change, so I changed the Discord server icon to Axel hugging. That will be the new hugging icon. Or hugging icon? New hugging emote. But I am going to get the heart. I'm getting the heart. I'm going to eventually get the heart adjusted to where it's a rainbow heart. So yeah, that's why I haven't changed it yet. I'm confused. Petition for Elma hug. I am gonna get more Xenoblade emotes. Absolutely. More Xenoblade emotes. I want to get some Nier emotes. I don't know. I've just been thinking. I've been thinking in the brain. Some more anime ones.
It should be there.
Where? I'm confused. Does anyone? This is me legitimately asking, but I'm trying to figure out where the next, unless it's in the barracks. Actually, hold on. Let me go in the barracks and see if the main story quest is there. No one compares to Axel, yes. Wait, what the hell? To be Nina Shrug, I would love that actually. Yeah, I still have My Hero Academia emotes. I don't even watch that anime anymore. I need to get those changed too. Right. Oh no, I need to be level, wait, what? No, I am level 19. Install Data Probe at Oblivia's entrance. Completed Renewed Will Affinity. Oh. Found on Central Melville Street in the commercial district. Okay, okay. Okay, so I can't do that yet, but we do need to go commercial district. Where is that? Renewed Will, there it is. I have to do this one. Taco Bell emotes when? You do miss All Might? Yeah, I don't watch My Hero Academia anymore, so I want to switch them all out. Okay. The emote was awesome. Yeah, it was. Mori did a really good. Mori does a good job all the time, but like, yeah, he's incredible with his emote creations.
Off duty today, Arena?
Finally. I love my team, but we're together 24/7. I thought it'd be nice to grab a bite by myself, but
You realized eating alone is kind of pathetic?
well, that's
I forgot to
not
change their
exactly
outfits.
how I'd put it.
I forgot to change their
Too
outfits.
sad and lonely to eat? Tatsu can definitely help Arena there. Tatsu is happy to chew and swallow food for Arena's sake.
Helpful as ever, small fry.
You travel with quite the cast of characters, Colonel.
Well, if it ain't Arena.
That's Lieutenant Arena to you. She was a real big shot back on Earth, remember?
Hey, she's Blade now. Same as us. Just another lowly stinking grunt. No better than you or me.
Excuse me.
Ain't that right, Arena?
Something like that.
Ah, hey, now that ain't fair. Think about it. She does pretty damn well with the hand she was dealt. Even saddled with losers like Gwen, her team manages to pull off a mission.
I don't like
now and
these
then.
guys. Right, let's fight.
Leave it, Arena. They aren't worth the effort. Yes, ma'am.
See that? She's like a cute little puppy. All trained and everything.
Yeah, you're right. Elma calls the shots now. Her and that freak show she calls a team. Beauty and the Beasts.
Right?
Oh.
Listen, Elma. When you're ready to have a real man serve under you, call me, okay?
Sorry, I'm screaming. This is, I hate them.
It's enough! I was going to let you two mouth breathers off this time, but talking trash about my team and the Colonel? No way. It's time for a lesson.
Get him.
Oh, baby. A private lesson?
Oh, this ought to be good. Let's go.
Raise fists. Yes.
Oh, you want some too? Come on.
Didn't know you were such a hothead. I like it.
Freeze, maggots!
No, let me fight them, please. No, Van Ham, fuck off.
This isn't... I mean, they started it.
Shut your hole! I saw the whole thing, including where you picked a fight that was about to get your teeth kicked in. Now get your skinny little asses back to the barracks. Your tongues have an appointment with some toilet seats.
Okay, all right. I still wish I could have.
Deal with men like that.
Same. I can't deal with.
okay?
I can't.
Just forget
I have to get a screenshot. I have to get a screenshot and then just edit it to say I just can't deal with men. Period. Period. That's it. Irina, I get you. I do. Ask what brings Van Ham here. Change subject. Probe further. Ask Irina what's the matter. Why the fuck are you here? You should just mind your own business.
Actually, I was looking for Elma.
A new mission?
Yeah, some local indigents causing a ruckus over on the Grieving Plains. It ain't pretty. Lost a few prospectors already.
Understood. We're on it. Colonel, I'd like to join you, if that's all right.
Whoa, whoa, whoa now. You're off duty today.
What?
I need to blow off some steam. And besides, I miss working with the Colonel. All right. We can always
I love
use
how
another
everyone
soldier
is a
of your
fan
caliber on the team.
of
Thank you, ma'am.
of Elma. It's just like it's yes, absolutely. Wait, do I have to? No, I don't have to. Okay. Oh wait, I should turn the follow ball on. Yeah, like that made me so heated. Like I really do wish that we could have beat their ass. Oh wait, fashion, that's right. Thank you, Kate. I know, like that, I was ready. I was like, let me at him. What? Appreciate you, Van Ham, but that was not as satisfying as it would have been if he would have fought them. Right, exactly. First fashion. Like, I love Alma's Barbie era, but it's just not working for me right now. Wait, Krez, what did you say? This is something to have to, like... I could put her in a swimsuit. Oh, wait, the snorkel. Granada light survival for torso, arms, and legs. Okay. You can use left and right? Wait, what? No, that just goes to... Oh. Never mind. Thank you. I could give her an eye patch. That's interesting. Wait, what? Okay. Wait, what's it? Hold on. Oh, light survival. Okay. Light survival for torso. Granada light survival. This is actually the best thing ever. Oh my god. She's ready. She's ready. You put Lynn in a schoolgirl outfit? I mean, yeah, like when she's not doing everything at the barracks, she has to go to school, so that's accurate. Wait a minute, why don't I have... Did you have to buy that? Does she go to school? Probably not. Probably not, because she's too busy doing everything. You got it from a quest? That's not fair. Everyone who is further in this game than me... I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Before somebody thinks I'm being serious. Okay, bye. I know. Before somebody says, oh my god, she's so mean. I'm farther than you? Okay, perfect. Can you change the outfits of the companions that aren't story ones? Oh, I'm not sure. I will see if I can change L's, because I will be putting him in a swimsuit. Get flipped off. What a great stream so far. Welcome in. Welcome in. I promise I'm not like that all the time. Xenoblade just makes me a little gremlin. Right, y'all? I'm not a mean person. I would say that I'm a very welcoming, wonderful person. I think I'm gonna put her in this. This is actually really cute. You support my gremlin era. Thank you. Thank you. I do have my moments. I do, in fact, have my moments. I'm a nice person. Wait, I'm not gonna put anything on the arms, but I do need to figure out the legs. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Wait, this is cute! Oh my god. Okay, let's see if we can change L's. Help, Aiden! I'm putting him in a swimsuit! Wait. I could put him in a tank top. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh Oh my god. This is starting to remind me of my Xenoblade 1 playthrough where I put everybody in, did I put everybody in swimsuits and then we ended up going to, what was the area that was snowy? I can't remember. And then I decided I changed my mind because I was like, this isn't working for me. It's not feeling very realistic. Oh my god. We're ready. The gang's all here. We're ready. We're ready. Okay. Hi, Pickle. How are you? Valak Mountain. That's right. Let me put Lynn in my outfit. Wow. Zamped, I can't believe you copied me. Can't wait for the emotional cutscene to hit us while they're all wearing these. While everybody has the girlies have the cat ears, and then Elle has the swimsuit. Xenoblade X is about fashion and mechs. Everything else is a side piece for. I love this game. This game is actually so perfect. Fashion and mechs, like literally, that is everything that I've wanted ever in a video game. I can't believe that either. You love Elle's idle animation so much. I'm gonna have to look because I haven't seen him idle yet. Do y'all want to hear something petty? Like I told y'all, this game is making me such a gremlin. Effigy last night asked me to do some co-op with him, right? He's like, you want to do some missions with me? And at first I was like, no, I don't want to do missions. The reason is because he's higher level than me and he has his skell already. I was like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see your skell. But then he said he wasn't going to use it. So we ended up doing missions together and he just didn't use his skell. Hey Draco, how are you? Fashion mechs and living out your fantasy of being a mountain goat by jumping off sheer cliff faces. Yes, I love it. Love when my headphones suddenly decide to not work. No! Listen. I'm being petty. I don't have a skell yet, but I can craft a level 50 skell weapon. Interesting. I'm surprised that you don't have a skell yet, because I feel like, you know what's funny is I could probably teleport, but it's fine. We're gonna run around. I'm surprised you don't have a skell, because I feel like Effigy and Krez were like not super high level when they got their skells. Puts away super OP spell. Yeah, Krez. You're there too. You could make a skell weapon. Oh my god. You're only level 20. The game's exploration really is just so much fun than the Wii U version. Yeah. I didn't really play much of the Wii U version, especially since I found out that I actually did play the Wii U version on stream. Oops, I was turning down my volume. That's a fever dream because I literally do not remember doing that. Anyway, yeah, the exploration is amazing. I love it. I'm having wonderful fun. Like the one you unlocked them, of course. That's kind of what I was thinking. I wasn't like 100% sure, but yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
We got him. Let's move.
Only played chapter 5 last night since I can't play this evening. Ooh, you have a date with Kirsten. What are y'all doing? What's the plan? What's the itinerary?
Shadow strike. Melee attack. No. Take this.
Good. Now weaken them.
Oh my god, wait, his weapon is so cool!
3 in a row.
Super kill.
I'm like following him around because I'm trying to look at what he's doing. I like how his weapons match his swim trunks. Perfect. Lovely. Hi, Chess Michelle. Timelines merged for that day. That's what's funny. I love that people in chat were like alternate realities exist because that's exactly what it feels like. I don't feel like I don't remember any of that.
Now melee attack. Now fight. Shield wall. I hope you're ready for this. Whack, got him. Lay out, cover fire. I'll blast a hole right wide. Nice job. Wonderful. Move it.
Story really is just a suggestion in this game. I'm actually so intrigued by the story too.
Woohoo! Friends kicking butts today.
We are. We kick butt every day though.
Strange.
Right? Friends saying Tatsu is strange?
Well, yeah, but besides that, these creatures don't really seem powerful enough to have caused blade casualties.
Exactly. The commander wouldn't send your team all the way out here just for this. We must be missing something.
Elma here. Go ahead.
Ma'am, we have an emergency. Another team is under
I have a theory.
Copy that. On the way.
I have a theory. I feel like we're being told to like kill some of these indigenous creatures and like almost trying to like wipe them out.
Thanks for the support.
Jessie!
For 8 months.
Thank you for 8 months. How are you? Good morning, right? Yeah, it's morning for you. I feel like they're trying to convince us to wipe out like the indigenous creatures. But like they're not. I don't know. I feel like there's something going on that doesn't seem right. Hi, Phil. Question, I try to attack beasts using Arba and it won't let me. Am I doing something wrong?
There's our real target.
I'm not... I think you...
Wait a sec.
Yeah, you have to...
Those are the jerks who were hassling Arena.
You have to do A. Are they getting attacked? Are they getting attacked?
They wanted to fight so bad and now they got
Thank you.
Stay here if you like, but I'm going ahead.
Oh, Irina, no!
She's right. A blade's a blade.
Oh my god, no!
No matter what.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my... Listen, I'm not this nice. I'd be like, that's crazy. Anyway, I'm hungry. Anybody want to go get lunch?
Dogs have risen.
Oh wow, this was really big.
Punch first. Ask questions later. Assault round. Down you go. Target down. Got it. Lay out. Cover fire. Incendiary Fire grenade.
Move in and
Hope
keep
you're
the rhythm
ready for
going.
We should be corrupt, right?
Wow, you really saved our bacon there. Thanks.
It's fine.
You're not welcome.
Situations like this are exactly what we're here for, after all.
But you two better train harder. Or you're gonna keep running into trouble everywhere you go here.
Exactly. Lynn really said you need to get good.
Hey, about the other day, I'm sorry. We didn't mean anything by it.
I said it's fine already. Just get home in one piece.
Right.
It's almost worse when they apologize.
I love Irina.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry too.
What for?
When I, hesitated to help them out.
Oh, that? No worries. Honestly, I was thinking the same thing.
What? You were?
Here comes the music. Here comes the music.
A jerk is still a jerk, even if it's your job to save him.
Harsh, but fair.
Yes.
I still can't believe how quick you jumped in to help.
Well, we're the only humans on this rock. Our future depends on all of us, even the dirtbags. If If you look at it that way, it was a pretty easy decision. Anyway, thanks, Colonel. My head feels a lot
Damn.
clearer. I appreciate you letting me tag along.
I was just gonna say, she does have a lot more honor. Yeah, like I could never.
Let's get back to New Allied.
I could never. We didn't mean anything, but right. And this song is really good. Smooth Recovery. Interesting. Yeah, that was really good. I don't know. You know, it's interesting to me too, because I remember before I played this game that a lot of people were saying that the story wasn't like anything very interesting. And like so far I'm actually intrigued. And I also think the affinity missions are really good so far. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of people told me that like the story wasn't that great, but I like it. Okay, so we can do the next part of the main story now. Yay! Yippee! Hooray! Woohoo! You like the story? The story's great. Really like the story? Yeah. Turn the music down a smidge because it can be hard to hear what they're saying. Yeah. Don't remember enjoying any of it nearly this much on the Wii U. The character-based side quests are pretty interesting. Yeah. I guess not everyone can have great taste. Maybe you were in the same alternate reality as me, Zamped, where you played the original, but like, you don't remember playing the original. Starting an affinity mission locks you out of doing a story until it's done. Yeah, it's possible mentally. It's getting compared to the trilogy, but I think it's really enjoyable. Right, story isn't bad. It's just isn't the focus like the numbered games. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously the numbered games have, like, they're more story driven and this is definitely like more exploration focused, but I do really like what they're kind of doing so far. Plus, I do find the characters really interesting. On the Wii U, but it took me a few times to actually get around to finishing it. Oh. Actually like how it's structured. You have the MSQ, which is like, here is the big bad main problem that needs to be fixed, but then all the other side quests give you a lot of that flavor and world building. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of too? It reminds me so much of Xenoblade 3 in that like the side quests, I almost feel like the side quests, majority of them were super important to do because they built up more of the world. Is he dancing? So cute. Can we get a round of applause for Elle? Wow. He's feeling it, he is. I guess nobody finished the affinity missions because grinding for them was very grindy. Oh, really? Exploration and combat is really technical in this game. No worries, Angel, enjoy your lunch. The story is in affinity missions. People didn't do the affinity missions. That's interesting. Teammates were so hard to find. Oh, okay. I think I remember people mentioning that too, that it was really hard to do the affinity quests in the original. Be a pig, but your avatar's butt is great. Also, I liked X-Way played it back on the Switch, but in a totally different way to the trilogy. Thank you, Stara. Yeah, wow, her butt is looking luscious. She's been doing her squats. Are the real story, the main quest is just there as a guide, which I love having in the party. Yes, he's great. Are the hero and class quest in 3? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that too. Okay, so we can do this now. Chapter 5. By the way, I just want to quickly say this too. Please, no one tell me how close I am to finishing the game, how many chapters there are. Like, I know not everyone cares about that, but I don't want to anticipate when the game is going to end. Like, I don't want to know that, basically. And so no one mention how many chapters there are. No one mention, hey, you're getting close to the end, unless I ask. But like, as of right now, I just don't want to know. So Thank you. I'll probably add that to the command as well.
What should I whip up today?
Oh, we can decide again. What am I feeling like today? I do love a good chicken stir fry. Let's do a chicken saute.
That is a great idea.
She's so cute with the cat ears. Oh my god.
Lindley, sometimes Tatsu wonder if Tatsu is too cute, too adorable.
Oh yeah?
As leader of Blade Team, Tatsu need cool and tough image.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Is Lindley even listening to Tatsu?
What? Sure I am. Hey, what if you got a tan? A little color could do wonders for your image.
A tan?
In fact, I've got the perfect lotion for you. I'll even help you
She gonna
apply
put him in oil, isn't she?
Well, that, okay, if Lindley insists. Wow, thank you, Lindley. Tanning oil smells so sweet and is a bit sticky.
What is that?
Tanning oil?
Oh, it's
That's
honey.
plain old honey. It's the crucial step for a perfect chicken saute. The honey marinade.
Oh, she's marinating him.
Tatsu, not chicken. Tatsu is Tatsu.
Oh, right. How could I forget?
Lindley is not funny. Tatsu is not happy.
Okay, folks. Hope you're hungry.
That looks good. Oh my god. I already ate lunch, but Good for you. We're sorry it happened.
I can't get over your cooking, Lynn. That was delicious.
Thanks, Gwyn. Glad you liked it. I hope it was enough. If I'd known we were expecting company, I definitely would have made more.
Yes. Then maybe Tatsu could eat full portion.
Sorry, Pint Size. What Gwyn lacks in stature, he more than makes up for with his monstrous appetite. He's kind of a pig.
Okay.
Oh my
first
God.
of all, I'm taller than you. And second, you just ate almost double what I did.
You
Who's the
know,
pig here?
I'm assuming you didn't just come here to argue.
I relate
What's
a
going
lot
on?
to Irina because I too can eat a lot of food. Yeah.
So, we had this extermination order up around the northern coast. Some violent indigents that got a little too touchy-feely. Apparently banged up a few outfitters. Pretty standard stuff.
We're all prepped and about to head out, and then bam! Another job comes in from Commander Tank Top.
Commander Tank Top.
I mean, I know we're the best and all, but seriously.
Sounds rough. All right, you take the indigents, and we'll take Vandam's job.
Thank you, Colonel. Let me walk you through the intel. These images I'm about to show you are from a probe in Oblivia.
Is that a ship of some sort? Can't really tell from that distance.
Yeah, it's hard to grasp the scale with such long-range images. Whatever it is, it's getting hammered.
Friends must do something to help poor ship. Tatsu will not stand for this injustice.
Says the one guy who never actually fights anything.
It's difficult to say for sure from this, but that craft on the right, I bet it's ganglion. It shares aspects of their mech design.
Our thoughts exactly. The assignment is to get there and confirm one way or another. We don't know who built the ship that's under attack, but as the commander so elegantly put it, our enemy's enemies might be our pals.
Our enemies' enemies might be our pals.
If we're gonna settle here on Mira, we'll need all the friends we can get.
That's for sure. All right, thanks for the info. We'll take it from here.
Thank you, Colonel.
Everyone's uniform spacecraft. Okay. We gotta go to Oblivia. Anyone knows what buttons to emote in this game? I accidentally opened the emote yesterday, forgot. I think it's, yeah, it is L, the L trigger, and then on the D-pad up. I found out that I could blow a kiss and I was like, oh my god. Hold on, actually. welcome. Nopon, a species nearly driven to extinction by being eaten by Problem. Let me dick around with this Nopon pretending I'm gonna eat him. No! You didn't know these existed? Yeah. Yeah, I love them. They're so great. Hi, Kelly. Happy Tuesday to you. I love the Nopons too. I don't want to eat Tatsu. Although I do want to get a plushie of Tatsu. I'm catching up. I too make use of child labor to cook for all of the adults. Help! I would not trust my 13-year-old to cook for me. She knows how to make scrambled eggs and like mac and cheese, but like other than that, she's not ready for anything yet. Okay, we're just catching Punch Out a little bit. About to blow kisses out of my friend standing there while I'm in online mode. Yes. Okay, also, I do have a question that feel free to answer, anyone. When do y'all recommend I do the affinity question? Like, I do them all, like, in a certain time? Or, like, should I just keep doing the main story? Or, I don't know, like, what the process is for the affinity missions. Like, if they go hand in hand with, like, the main story, like, I should be doing them in a certain order. Kaminiki is working on making Tatsu. Hell yeah, because I have their Riku one. I need to get the other ones too from the other games. But I wanted to get the Riku one first because he is my favorite common variety Nopon. Am I full on? Nope, I'm not. Okay. What are affinity quests? Yeah, they're like companion quests, Aiden. Do them between chapters when they become available. Okay. Do them all at 4 p.m. What? Oh, when they unlock this. Okay, personally I do all side affinities before story. I try to do them all before main story. All of them are available. Okay. Usually not main story related, but tend to focus on characters instead. When I get them, I tend to do story missions last in any RPG. Make sure affinity is up with characters. So do them more once I got my skull, just for the convenience. I'm gonna try and do before story. Okay, well I guess we can see. We can do a couple of them. Wait. Never mind. We gotta do the main story. Okay, well, we will do chapter 5 and then come back to it. I forgot that was, I feel like that's something that we talked about and I completely forgot about it. All right, to Oblivia. Hopefully the weather is lovely today in Oblivia. Otherwise, rip me. Ooh, wait, have I killed that? There was a tyrant. Welcome back, Angel. Ooh, ramen sounds delicious.
Welcome to Sandy Bum Canyon.
Sandy Bum Canyon.
Oblivia?
Huh? Olivia? Friends really name it that?
You know I said Oblivia.
Lindley, listen to Tatsu. This place always have sandstorms. Sands get everywhere. Therefore, Sandy Bum Canyon. Nopon ancestors name it just fine ages ago.
Okay, Anakin.
Or does Lindley think she better name her than native Mirren peoples?
What? No.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Tatsu accept Lindley apology and forgive. This time.
I do like that he put her in her place. Like, excuse me. I live here. I've lived here longer than you.
Strange. There's nothing here. It was hard to tell the scale of it from the grainy images. But that ship should have at least been big enough to spot from here.
Yeah. Huh? Elma, look!
Another new Xeno species.
Hang on. Maybe I can pick up what they're saying.
Impossible! I'm telling you, just us is impossible!
would you? We have to do this, right? For everyone back on the ship. But how are we supposed to destroy the turrets? This place is likely crawling with ganglion, no?
So they're not ganglion, at least.
Yeah.
I know, the cat ears are so
It
cute.
sounded like they're fighting against them to me.
Friends. Tatsu knows. Those are Manon. Manon appeared on Mira maybe year before Friends?
Oh.
I know that sound. What is it, Elma?
Just Tatsu, the ganglion, and now these Manon. Don't you find it a little odd that we can understand these alien languages?
Good point.
Suggest they learn our language. Suggest some device must be translating. If they were here
I
before
doubt it.
us.
Tatsu, did you study our language?
Friends language?
What language are we speaking right now?
What language? Nopon, of course. Friends Nopon very good, by the way.
See? Xenoforms have different anatomy, physiology, different vocal setups in general. It seems likely they would struggle with our pronunciations. And yet here we are, conversing.
But if they can't even produce the sounds, this shouldn't be possible.
No, it shouldn't be. Unless our words aren't being perceived as sounds at all. Maybe our intent is getting across some other way. But how? Could it be something about this planet?
Someone sounds pretty intrigued, huh?
Well, what if it is some kind of new phenomenon? Aren't you curious to learn more?
Alright, now you're starting to sound just like Elle.
Okay already. Friends talk less, help Manon more. After all, Tatsu have reputation as hero pawn to uphold here.
Sure.
Hero pawn! Now I
after a
miss
quick
Ricky!
Snack.
I'm not sure how much we can help, but we should at least make contact. Agreed?
I know, the music is so good. Hi, Ro. Everyone is psychic on this planet. Cool. Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone does have kitty ears. Hi, Kara. You're not a fan of these chipmunk voices? I think they're great. Tatsu, are you going to colonize this, Lynn? The console in the barracks is good for farm affinity. Oh, really? Do I want to take a break? I'll probably take a break in like 30 minutes, I think. Hi, Gimme Oreos, welcome in. Bottomless pits are topographical features present in certain areas. If you fall in one, your party will be incapacitated, whether on foot or pilot. Wait, what? We're still falling. Okay. I wanted to see something. They going into the Planet of the Apes approach, accidentally traveling to future Earth. Oh, I've actually never seen Planet of the Apes. Honestly though, I really miss when you would jump in the previous Xenoblade games and you would have to hear like the ear-piercing, blood-curdling screams from everybody. Oh, old movie, but interesting? Huh. Yeah, I heard it was good.
I know! Take this! Scream it!
Right to the kisser! Now, cripple them!
Right in the kisser, now cripple them.
Shadow strike! Rising blade! Now it's my turn!
Whew, it goes so fast!
Move in and do some damage.
Rising blade! I figured you'd win.
Nice work.
No, the theme is so good. Son of Falling in 3 haunts me still. Yeah. Tutorial on bottomless pits as if I didn't live a bottomless existence my whole life. Faded, please. Oh my god, look how pretty! Look how pretty! Look how pretty! Everything is pretty. Oh, by the way, I wanted to give an update too about my first Xenoblade X video. I have started editing it, but I need everyone to understand that it is a 12-hour long VOD. So it's gonna take me a little bit. I am hoping to get it done at least by the end of this week, maybe earlier. I don't know, depending on how much I lock in. But it's a long one. I also wanted to ask too, do people want me to leave like all of the story reactions? I'm trying to get like a mix basically of my reactions to the story and then also my reactions to exploration, since a lot of the game is exploration. It is a lot. I do have to scrub through a lot of footage, but yeah, it's going. And then after I'm done scrubbing, I do have to add fun little edits too, so people with shitty attention spans, me, I am people. It's still entertaining for people. But it will be up. It will be up on my YouTube channel. Like I said, hopefully by the end of this week. I'm trying to lock in on editing again. Wait, where the hell am I going? I'm just wandering. Okay.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Seems the sleeping dogs have risen. He is silly guy. Hey, Replicant, why you Xenoblade? I love it. Are you enjoying Replicant? Also, Pickle, were you inspired to play Nier because of Caleb? I know, Elle is so silly. I love him. Thank you, Aiden. I appreciate you. I am on chapter 5. Oh my god, I love your name. Xenoblade is best game. I love that name so much. Perfection. Chef's kiss. We're in the beginning of January to give people time to... Yeah. I was hoping to work on that more yesterday, my VOD situation, but I did not have time to work on it yesterday. But that's another thing I'm hoping to get done soon, because I'm almost done with it. I just need to also lock in on that. I think there's something to open here. I will do that first. You wanted to play the Nier games for ages? I love it. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. Whatever.
Hey, is everything all right?
Relax. Tatsu here to help.
No!
Tatsu is not takeout or food.
That's so sad! Everybody wants to eat him!
Personnel?
No, Tatsu mean personnel favorites.
Then humans are friendly? Humans are not working with the ganglion?
They're actually so cute.
Sorry for the scare. We're from a planet called Earth. The ganglion are enemies to us as well.
Enemies, you say? That means you're friends to the Manon, yes? We are Manon, you know. Ours is an advanced civilization. You can tell, right? The ganglion desire our technology. But Earth human heroes have come to save us, right? I'm right, right?
I'm right?
I hope so. Why don't one of you tell us what happened?
Oh, okay. I got this one. Let me answer this one, okay?
I want
So
to...
this is where we are now, right?
I want to give them hugs. I want to head pat them.
Under the Falcon stuff, you follow? But the alien has us surrounded with anti-aircraft turrets, you see?
Okay, so in other words, if we can destroy their weapons, your ship can escape.
Exactly. They have 3 turrets set up around the area. You see them now? We need you to destroy them all, okay? Please?
Got it. We don't want the ganglion controlling the airspace here any more than you do. We'd be happy to help out.
You mean it? You'll help us? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you!
Their voices remind me of the little droid and the Star Tours cue that is... Oh, yeah, no, it does. It does. Which, I hate Star Tours. I hate Star Tours. I hate that fucking ride. It makes me want to vomit. It makes me want... I refuse to ride it anymore. Like, I get way too motion sick for that. They're scratching my brain a little bit. You wish you... I think the super high-pitched voice is cute. No, eating Tatsu. Years of highlights and re-upload by yourself. Yeah, I'm almost done. I've been working on it over the last few weeks, and yeah, I'm like at the finish line for my VODs, so we will get there. We will get there. Dear Star Tours, I hate your stinking guts. Oh man, I love the little rascals. However, did y'all know Alfalfa, the actor for Alfalfa is like, he is a, I don't even have the word for him. He's like the worst human. He's literally the worst human ever. Like the worst person ever. Like full-blown raging bigot who says horrible things about his own kids.
Wonderful. We are still alive.
They feel like a species from Star Wars. They do. They do. They do indeed. Yeah, I can't remember how I found that out, that he was a bigot, but... Oh wait, no, I think somebody had like posted, like somebody had reposted one of his things, and they were like, so yeah, remember Alfalfa? This is him now. And it was just him saying like the most outlandish, like bigot shit. Remember watching Little Rascals as a kid? I hate to see it. Yep, I loved that movie. I still love that movie, but yeah. Are probably asshole unless proved otherwise. Yeah. Ari has a flute that kicks in and it sounds like the Xenoblade 3 flute. Yeah, I think I heard that when I was exploring a little bit, but the music here is really good. I like it. Yeah, I like when this part picks up right here. Oh, so good. Oh, that's a level 50. No, I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna go the other way. It's gonna be a no for me. I don't actually, maybe. I think it, no, I don't know. Now I don't know if the follow ball adds the pillar of light. Maybe. It does? Oh, that's cool. Okay. You know, even if some of these creatures are passive, they still scare me. Because I have accidentally targeted them and then accidentally hit them and then they beat my ass. So, yeah, they still, some of them still scare me. Ooh, we'll kill this. Wait, Zamt, what did you say you and Kirsten were doing today? I might have missed it in chat. Little treat-focused brain just goes from quest to quest. I love it. I love it. I just talked to my new therapist yesterday about dopamine seeking. She's like, are you dopamine seeking? I'm like, maybe.
Hope you're ready for this.
Area of effects arts because of the roaming giant guys. You know what's funny? I can't even tell which ability I have is area of effect. I literally can't tell.
Hope you're ready for this. Now, melee attack. Shadow strike. Take this. Show us upper hand.
When Edison, we were going, oh wait, I saw an Instagram, whatchamacallit, like one of the food bloggers talk about the Edison. Isn't there like a speakeasy downstairs or something too? Star Wars, I liked it. It was just there. Was that one kid in front of me? Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've always had a little bit of motion sickness, but it's definitely gotten worse as I've gotten older. And now I feel like the littlest things will trigger it, and then I'll be sick like all day. So any like rides that have like a big screen like that, where you're like, it messes me up. Which is unfortunate because there's a chance for me to see my husband in Star Wars. Well, actually, I don't know if he still shows up. It's been a while since I've gotten on that. Are you dopamine seeking? What do you ask? You Seligetti? Yeah, we were talking about, I've been doom scrolling a lot more recently. And she was like, well, I don't want to take that away from you, but I do want to see if we can add some other things in there for you. I kept telling her, I was just like, it's not very good for me to be doom scrolling. And she was like, well, don't view it as something bad because we all have our coping mechanisms at work. And I was just like, I'm like a Sith, okay? I think in absolutes, it's bad.
Let's move.
Can't do a lot of fun things because I will throw up. Yes. We went to whatchamacallit. We went to the Kennedy Space Center last week. And listen, I thought it was gonna be like a museum, okay? And it kind of was. It was kind of like a museum. But my problem is that so many of the exhibits were like, they had big screens and it was like moving, and I was sick on like everything. Like everything made me so sick. So that was fun. That was a fun time. I would die there. Yeah, and it was really cool. There was a lot of cool stuff to see. I do think space is really, really interesting. I like space, but space is gonna make me sick. Like it sucks. It really sucks when you actually like sci-fi and like you like space, but everything involving like traveling, space, and everything is just, if you're motion sickness, then if you get motion sickness, then you're fucked. Thank God you can still play video games, right? And those high adrenaline rides, I just have to worry about motion sickness in games. Yeah, like I don't mind. There are certain rides that I'm fine with, like roller coasters, but they have to be like roller coasters that don't make me sick. Like I don't like the ones that like go upside down a lot. Like those ones make me sick. I also don't like, there's a ride at Disney World. Oh no, the weather's fucking bad. There's a ride at Disney World. It is a Tron ride. I don't think I can ride that. I haven't ridden it, but I don't think I can ride it. There's also a Guardians of the Galaxy ride that's fairly new. I can't ride that either. I will throw up. I feel like such a grandma. I'm like, you kids have fun. I can't do that because I'm too old. I've got home on Saturday. Sunday, she went out to visit with a friend. I have been not in a very good place. I had 3 tins of Pillsbury biscuits, so I said, I'm gonna make biscuits for dinner. She was like, awesome, love that for you. I made the biscuits, piled them in a bowl, and ate half of them while they were still hot, peeling them to pieces. When she got home, she had one and reached for the butter and jam, and I said, oh, you're putting stuff on them? She said, you didn't? No, I didn't. Honey, you are depressed lovingly. Oh no, Kate, I love you. I'm sorry. But also, yes, sometimes you just need like comfort food. And carbs are definitely... What? Oh, okay. Carbs are definitely a good choice.
Move in and do some damage.
Why no more Genshin? It's been a while, I guess. Like a week, right? Since we've got the question. Oh boy. So that is a loaded question. To be honest, there's a lot of reasons why I do not play Genshin anymore. One of the main reasons is that like I simply lost interest. And I got extremely burnt out, and I've developed a very bad relationship with that game because of my burnout and because of how I was feeling towards the community, and then a lot of decisions that Hoyoverse made. So it's just, I have my time with Genshin, and I was very happy with it, and I'm thankful and grateful for everything that game gave to me in the time that I needed it, but I have moved on, which sometimes you just do. Hey Corvo! Would stay, but I'm fear for spoilers. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I'm on chapter 5. Hold on. I need to... Hopefully this stops, because I'm going to update my title as well. So people who come in know where I'm at. Okay, there we go. Hope the new movie is good. Yeah, it was really needed. It was especially funny because they gave me a tummy ache. Okay, that's happened to me. It actually happened fairly recently. I ate a lot of gummy worms. Gummy worms are like my favorite candy. And I ended up eating a lot of them in one sitting, and I was like, okay, my tummy hurts. But yeah, going back to it, hopefully that answers the question. I do plan on making a video. I know I've been saying that for months, but I was actually inspired by a couple of content creators who recently made videos about why they also stopped playing Genshin or why they're moving on. Recently, I was actually inspired by Sevi Plays, if anybody remembers, if you're a Genshin person or previously a Genshin person. She was an incredible guide creator for Genshin Impact. And she just put out a video talking about like her moving on from that. And it was a very emotional video. And I related to so many things that she said. But it is interesting that a lot of people who stop playing Genshin, they always say the same thing. They say that they're free, which that's the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how many people have said that who stopped playing Genshin, including myself. If tummy hurts, why snack so good? If snack's so good, why tummy hurts? Comments a bit louder. Oh, I can turn it down a little bit. Hang on. Let me know if that is a little bit better. That's how I described moving out on my own. Yeah. Look at me, I never played Genshin or any MiHoYo related. Sometimes when people say that, I'm like, man, again, I'm thankful for everything that I was given, as in like meeting incredible people, the experiences I had. But yeah, I feel like that era of my life, I lost myself for so many years. It was not a good feeling. Hey Fire! This game is fun. I recommend it completely. My poison is... Your poison is 14 in Xenoblade? Hell yeah. Shaking your hand. Same. Also saying that too, even though I never played Genshin or Star Rail for over a month or two, they bored me out. Yeah. It's so sad to hear that from so many people, that they're free. Like, what in the hell? It's like we were in jail. Rise. Wait, no. Yeah, no. Rising Blade. Yeah. Rising Blade. Tried to play Genshin again, and it's hard. Stories mid. RNG. Login. Characters are expensive. Can't blame anyone for dropping it. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot. I think I've learned to, I don't know, I'm very much past gotchas, except for Love and Deep Space. That's the only one that I'm still in love with, and it doesn't feel like it did when I played other games. Rather the benefit of the doubt, and out of curiosity, my toes back to Hoyoverse games. I'm so happy to say for me that I'm done with those games, never going back. Oh. Yeah, I think that's another thing too. Like, if it just starts feeling like you're logging in to, you're clocking into a job or something, then it's just.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
I don't know. Hey, Proxo! You just did this mission? Nice. The heck is everyone wearing? Perfection. Slide and slither. But yeah, I'll probably, I'm definitely going to do a video. It's overdue, I know, about Hoyoverse and why I made the decision that I did, and, you know, just talk about everything.
Go. Let's move.
I like how cringe is one of your stream tags. It's me. Did I level off stream? I did, yeah. I think that because sometimes the story characters keep us invested, we tend to forget that it's still gambling, and I'm not talking about the monetary aspect, although that definitely affects it. I'm talking more about the quick burst of dopamine and the dopamine imbalance it can cause, the FOMO, which affects the brain if you're neurodivergent, etc., etc. There's honestly so much to it. Hoyoverse for me was different because those games were my job. And there's a lot of things I'm excited to talk about in comparison to somebody who was playing it casually. Not that people didn't experience very similar things to me if you were just playing it casually and it wasn't a part of your job, but when you add in the pressures of trying to constantly stay relevant in a space that's very competitive already, and people have a lot of expectations in the content creation space when it comes to gacha games. A lot of people are very much taking into account the gambling aspect. They like to see people gamble. Some of those videos on YouTube are the best videos, like the best performing videos are people literally just spending hundreds of dollars gambling. So there's just, I have a lot to talk about. About why it became extremely unhealthy for me. There is a lot. There is a lot.
Not yet. Depends if Tatsu can make it or not. If you know what I mean.
If Xenoblade ever made a gacha, we will be flocking to it. I don't want to talk about it. Although, Xenoblade did kind of make a gacha. It was Xenoblade 2. But at least it was free. Gacha. Exactly, Kupo. Might have to copy. You are welcome to use the cringe tag. Although, personally, Jesse, I don't think you are cringe. To play gacha for a long time, because after a time, I just think this could be really good if it was designed to not make me lose time to stupid tasks. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Aiden. Was it ignored 4-star? Oh, no. I love seeing you full of joy. Oh, thank you so much. Me too. Me too. I'm really happy to be actually creating for myself. That's another big thing is that I was super tired of making content for Genshin, but I kept going for a lot of reasons. I'll be talking about that in the video too. One of the big ones is that I am a chronic people pleaser. Recovering now. I'm a recovering people pleaser. So.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen. You want a Skell? I kind of want my Skell now too, but at the same time, I'm happy to take my time with getting it because I feel like when I get my Skell, I'm not going to really enjoy exploring like I do. Well, not to say that I'm not going to... That's not the right way to say it. I think that it's just going to be very... I'm not going to be able to, like, enjoy thoroughly. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Definitely love Ganyu, Ayaka, and Nilo. Nahida, I remember spending 400 on Nilo. That's me with Suikoden and Gacha coming out sometime later. You know, valid. Xenoblade 2 Gacha is basically Gacha nicotine patch. Let me be cringe. Well, okay. I mean, if you want to be, but I don't think you're cringe. I think you're really cool. Getting all the blades made me wish it was Gacha. You just got trampled by a roving tyrant. Oh no. How much I love L. I love him so much. He's definitely one of my favorite characters. Where gambling doesn't even theoretically appeal to me. It must be nice. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I feel like gambling hasn't ever really appealed to me either. The only reason why I really did what I did in Genshin was, again, because of content creator pressures in the gacha space. I think I even said it a couple times too. I think I said that if I was playing Genshin like casually, that I would have not collected all the characters like I did. So that probably said a lot about me, about, like, in the beginning. I was essentially doing something that I wouldn't have done if I wasn't creating content for it. I think I've gotten... Oh, nice! Yeah, that's why I explored. I think that's what I want to do, too. I want to explore as much as I can before I get my Skell. Waiting to eat. That's why, even though the next update seems really interesting, I'm staying away from the game. Valid. And to you, it is a mutual as a must. Yeah. Gachas are weird to me because I do enjoy the idea, but can never stick with it. So I never really had a giant opinion on it. But I have seen so many people regret that they... Yeah. I think that's the saddest thing to me, is seeing so many people stop playing Hoyoverse games and seeing them say pretty much the same stuff, that they... You know, that they are free, or that they're so glad that they don't play anymore. And it's just like, damn. That is something.
put a sock on them!
I feel like what got me about Gotcha's character investment, I'm the kind of neurodivergent that latches onto fiction so hard that I forget myself. Yeah. Yeah. I really was invested in Genshin's story for the longest time. And yeah, I liked a lot of the characters. This is level 29. Am I gonna die?
They're off guard. Stagger them with the melee.
But I think what awoken me? Awoken? What? I don't know if that's, is that English? Like, is that English? What woke me up from feeling like I didn't need that game anymore to get my fiction needs was playing Xenoblade. Xenoblade was the first game that I played when I had decided to like stop playing Genshin all the time. It was the first game that I played on stream. And it just, I don't know, it made me realize, like, what am I doing? Like, there are so many amazing games out there that I'm missing out on because I'm investing all my time into this one game. Like, I don't get to experience great stories because of this one game that is keeping me in jail. Because I simply don't have time to play anything else. Because I'm sticking with this game that has updates every 6 weeks. And if I don't log in, then I'm gonna have to spend my own money to get the characters that I want. Like, what a terrible mindset to have. So yeah, this is exactly why Xenoblade is so important. Well, one of the reasons why Xenoblade is so important to me, because it saved me. It saved me. I think the pandemic also forced a lot of people to seek out more games at the time, and now we can go outside and touch grass, or I don't know, play other games. Yeah. I think a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people talk about that Genshin was a phenomenon because of the pandemic. And honestly, I can kind of see it. Like, I'm not going to discredit it because it was the first of its kind. Like, first of its kind as in a gacha being, like, open world like that. But I do think that there was a lot of attention on it because there was so much to do and it was free, and yeah, it was in the middle of the pandemic. Like, it literally came out, I think, at the very start of the pandemic. I know. The Animal Crossing days. New Horizons. Oh my god. I was looking to Skeletons. To me, their designs are incredible. Turns out they were designed by Takayuki Yanase, who designed the mecha for Mobile Suit Gundam. Yeah, that makes sense. Got me into Genshin, yeah. I'm a huge fan of Takahashi and the Xeno series since Xenogears. I have never played Xenogears. I am playing it this year, 100%. I'm so excited. I lost a bit of connection with the narrative when I wasn't able to progress on the main story because of low-level characters who got burned out while grinding and never recovered. Yeah, that's very frustrating. I'm starting to see why everyone loves the Nier soundtrack. It's so good. All the wonderful indie games out there that I want to try out. Right. Moving from San Diego to Portland during the pandemic, I still feel like I don't know the area 5 years later. Oh geez. New Animal Crossing! Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. I know! The fact that Monolith helped with Animal Crossing, man. They are incredible. I love Monolith Soft. I love them. I love Takahashi. Oh, I need to play Batten Kaitos.
It seems the sleeping cripple it.
We have to get past so many of these. Rising Blade! Jumping into Hello Kitty Island Adventure reminds me. Yes. Yeah. I really like Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I played a lot of that when it came out on Steam. I still really like it, but I think I haven't been playing it recently. But that one is really great for an Animal Crossing fix. Actually, we will kill this. We will kill this. Did he say right in the what now? Right in the kisser? I know I should take a break. Ah, it's so fun. I love this game. I can't stop. Help. I need to play Batten Kaisos as well and Xenosaga. I swear I'll get to Xenosaga this year. Charmaine, I believe in you. You got this. I want to play Xenosaga too. Oh man. Hope on Switch 2 presentation. Me too! Me too! I'm really hoping for something Monolith Soft for the Switch 2 presentation, and also hoping for some Animal Crossing news. Those are my biggest things. And just a heads up too that I will be streaming the Switch 2 presentation. So if you are all looking for a cozy place to hang out while we watch, we will be here. We will probably be screaming. If there is something Monolith Soft, there will probably be tears and screaming, more screaming. Xenogears, and they got the rights back. A collab. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Idioms are old references. Oh. Got the Animal Crossing Lego set with Tom Nook. It was on clearance. Oh, that's amazing. What a great find.
It begins.
Sometimes I think about the Twilight Lego set and I want to die inside because it's so expensive. As usual, we should play every game ever. It's true, we should. Streaming and screaming. Oh no. Yeah, I think I saw someone say that like it's rumored that it'll come out in June, and I'm like, oh, fucking what? Wait, no. I thought someone said May. I thought there was a rumor that the Switch 2 would come out in May. Or did I make that up? You'll find out next week. No! One thing that I'm going to do probably immediately, unless there's a game that comes out on launch that I'm going to be playing immediately, is replaying the entire Xenoblade series on the Switch 2. I will be doing that. I'm so excited. So excited. Can't come in May. No, I get it. I don't want it to come in May either. That's too soon. Oh, the rumors? Oh, okay. It's June. Okay, where did I get May from? Oh, I gotta sneeze. It's not coming out. We have all these good games to tide us over until Friday when Caleb's due. Oh, there's so much good stuff happening in the next couple of weeks. Yeah. Caleb's Myth on Friday, which I'm so scared. I'm so scared, but I'm ready. I'm scared, but I'm ready. And then the Switch 2 Direct next week. And then I'm going to visit Mystic again. Ready? In a couple of weeks. Oh yeah, I need to announce something too. I completely forgot to announce this. I'll do it in Discord too, but really quick announcement here on stream. I am actually going to be streaming on Refinery 29's Twitch channel on the 1st. Wait, yeah, I think the 1st? Tuesday. We're gonna be playing some Xenoblade. We're gonna be educating people on Xenoblade.
We got it. Let's move.
I know, I need to announce it in Discord and like on Twitter too. But I have been Xenobladed brained the last couple of weeks. Can be redeemed on future purchases. Thank you, Krez. Shipped over 1 million of them here already. What? That's amazing. Developers with Tune Mind. Oh, thank you. Refinery 29. I'll make like a better announcement in Discord and on did I say Twitter? On Blue Sky. I mean, I probably have to make the announcement on Twitter too. But Blue Sky for sure. Yeah, if anybody wants to come and also educate the masses on Xenoblade, feel free to join. It's just gonna be like a normal stream, but it's just gonna be on Refinery 29. So I'll be playing Xenoblade X, doing our normal thing, hanging out. L, what's happening? Don't die. Did he just say it's not over until the fat lady sings? Oh no wonder. Oh no, he's dead. I'm so sorry. Rip.
Right in the kisser. Now.
People want to kill Twitter faster. Yeah, I'm over it. This may be worth only $20. You're gonna sell your copy? Oh my god. When I got Asterion killed. Oh no. That was really funny though, because I wasn't even intentionally trying to hurt him. I just wasn't paying attention. And he was in the wrong place, wrong time. Oh, we're fighting for our lives right now. Okay. There we go. We're fine. Everything's fine. Why is everyone attacking us? Right in the kisser, he's so silly. Oh, of all the giant mechs. So mean. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm like a dragon. I like to collect shit. So even though I will probably never use my Wii U copy of Xenoblade X, I still like having it. I'll come back to us. I have all the Xenoblade Switch games on physical except for Xenoblade DE, and I have huge difficulties right now to find a copy for reasonable price. Really? Is it hard to find the first one? That's interesting because when I first got into the series, I actually bought a brand new, like unopened copy of that game on Mercari for like $25. I could not believe it. I was like, ooh, this is great. I also found a physical copy of Torna, which I heard that those were not easy to find as well. I need a physical copy of Xenoblade X DE because this one this is a digital one that I got from Nintendo. So otherwise I would have gotten a physical copy.
Here we go.
Let us fight this hand that threatens us.
If I wasn't getting a digital from Nintendo.
I'll make him flop.
Hey, Tom Square, how are you? Need to take a break. You regret getting rid of your old games? Yeah. My dad had a garage sale when I moved out. He sold all of my old consoles for like really cheap. I was like, why did you do that? Physical copy at GameStop same day. That's amazing.
Today's menu, Lynn? Not yet. Depends if Tatsu can make it or not. If you know what I mean.
If you know what I mean. Okay, we'll go this way. Costco had Xenoblade X for delivery. Oh, wow. Yeah, we do have a Costco. I'll have to look into it because I do want a physical copy as well. Because I was playing X. Oh, you're playing all night? Well, welcome awake. I didn't even know that Costco sold games. Also, I don't know how long it's been since I've been in a Costco, because we don't have a membership. Your OG Nintendo with my copy of... Oh, no! Yeah. When I moved out of my dad's house, he ended up selling our old house, and so he was trying to like, you know, get rid of a lot of stuff, and I don't think he realized like the value of a lot of the consoles that I had. Like he sold my SNES, he sold my Sega Genesis, my original PS1, and it was just a garage sale, so somebody bought it for like $10 probably. Like, no, why did you do that?
I figured we'd win.
Our skills were indisputably superior.
Switch physical edition and all, but I do like the Wii. Yeah, that's on my list too. My list, I have a extensive Xenoblade collection list because I am turning into a gremlin with Xenoblade, just like I am with Kingdom Hearts. Did y'all know that I have 4 copies of Kingdom Hearts 2? I have 3 copies of Kingdom Hearts 3. That's not including my digital purchases for Kingdom Hearts 3 too. But yeah, so like I'm just that person. So I really want to get the Wii U collectors of Xenoblade X at some point. I don't mind repurchasing games that I love. One of my prized items in my collection, my Xenoblade collection, is my EU collectors of Xenoblade 1, the definitive edition. So I got the vinyl and the pretty box and everything. That was very expensive. Effigy got that for me as a present. I heard of someone that got a sealed physical copy of Xenoblade 2 from the UK, and they were so kind and thoughtful to actually rip the plastic off to let her friend borrow the game. Yeah, and the friend needs to give it the fuck back, or else.
Switch to close range combat.
Watch me lay into him.
I think everyone should bully Lorie until she takes a break. Okay, I will do this part and then I will take a break. Possibly. Possibly. Don't plug the USB into a computer though. Apparently it's buggy. Really? I don't think that I would. Anyway. Like, there's certain things in collector's editions where I'm just like, I'm never gonna use that. But I have it, so yay. Oh, everyone hydrate. Thank you. Three copies of Xenoblade X Collector Switch Edition Digital, and I own 3 Xenoblade 1 versions, Wii 3DS. Yes! Yeah, I need to get the Wii version. I need to get the 3D. I love the Wii version of Xenoblade Chronicles because it has like the pretty thing on the game, like the game CD. Number 2 goes boom. It's corrupted? What in the world, Nintendo? Just one more fight, chat. Just one more. No, okay, I'll take a break. Ugh. Wait, let me open this. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. That's good for me, I guess. Hi, J Prodigy, how are you? I'm acting like a child. I'm like, no, I don't want to stop playing games. It was cool elements. They just did not include in the Switch version. Really? That is actually really funny. 5 more minutes, Mom. Yes. How are you, Laura? Okay, we're gonna take a break. We will take a break. We're gonna take like a quick 5 because I'm supposed to be locking in. I even told Krez, I was like, I'm gonna lock in. I have not been locking in. I really have not. Like, we are doing the opposite of locking in. So I need to, I'm trying. So yeah, we're gonna take like a quick 5, and when we come back, we will continue. I also need to go spend my Moranium because I'm maxed on my Moranium. All right, feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. Take some time to yourself, and we will be back shortly. Have a good break, everyone. I am? Am I getting further from the quest objective? No, because I just unlocked I just did the thing. Okay, we'll be right back.
It's a horse-eat-horse world.
Keep this up. They're tough. Catch me up.
Sorry. Could someone get a party started?
Bring me down. I'm not gonna make it. One more hit.
It's not over until this number has been disconnected.
Okay, hello, we're back, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice break. I was also snacking. Very, very snacky this week. Thank you. Effigy did inform me that I was getting attacked while I was on break, which I feel like is just, it's par for the core now. Like it's just who we are. So honestly, it's whatever. I thought I was in an area where I wasn't going to get attacked, but apparently not. Also Violet raided us. Oh my gosh, Violet. I know that she's avoiding spoilers, but yes, everyone please go follow Violet if you haven't already. If you are a Xenoblader yourself, if you are a Kingdom Heartser yourself, you will adore Violet. She's wonderful. She plays wonderful games. She's just a wonderful person in general. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you are still here, welcome in. My name is Lorie, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a full-time creator here on Twitch and also on YouTube. I love Xenoblade. I love Kingdom Hearts. I've been so excited for Xenoblade X. It's my first time playing it. And yeah, I'm excited. I hope everyone had a good Violet stream. Holding off on Xenoblade Chronicles X because I want to finish Xenoblade Chronicles 3 DLC first. Ooh, you got this. I love Future Redeemed. Future Redeemed is fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, you had chocolate cake. Oh my God. I hope it was delicious and wonderful. That sounds amazing. I'm not even a chocolate person, but I'm like in a chocolate mood right now.
Here we go.
The triplet!
Like you.
Elle has the same idol as Ryan. Really? I didn't even realize that. I love that. 3 is probably my favorite one in the series. Shaking your hand, same. Xenoblade 3 is also my favorite in the series. I adore that game with all of my heart. I love it so much. I'm excited to play it again.
Keep the rhythm going. Nice work.
Not fighting through this whole pack again. Ah! Xenoblade experience indeed. 3 is star good. What about babies? You got any babies? Oh, Uni. Oh, I miss her. Oh. Eager to love all the characters in 3. Yeah. I feel like Xenoblade 3 is one of those games where the entire cast is just so good. Even like the side characters. Absolutely fell in love with Gondor. Absolutely fell in love with Shania. Like,
They've seen us.
masterpiece. Masterpiece. Who might be your favorite cast? Actually, this is a wonderful question. What is everyone's favorite Xenoblade in the Xenoblade Chronicles series? What is your #1 favorite in the series? Mine is Xenoblade 3.
They fell for it. Get it? Now we can then.
I love Uni. Zamt, I need you to get it together. I need you to play through the series, Zamt. I need you to get it together. Gondor will always be famous to me.
Guess who's back, bitches?
Sometimes I just think that in my head, like when I see people, like when I enter a room, like I don't say it out loud because obviously like I'd get kicked out, but it's just something I think about. The fact that she calls her mom the bitch queen, like I related to her so much. I'm like, yes, I get it. You're tied for 1 and 3. Relating on Shania so hard. I totally understand her point of view, sadly. Yeah. I actually got a YouTube comment recently, literally within the last 3 days, of somebody saying that a lot of they were really happy to see my empathy towards Shania, because apparently a lot of people do not feel any empathy towards Shania, and they give the same empathy towards, like, they give empathy towards N, but not Shania. And it is a little mind-boggling because, like, I understand the frustration initially with Shania. Obviously her story is like realistic, right? Like, I mean, not realistic in that she didn't have that support, and she didn't have, like, actually I won't go into it because I know that there's some people who have not finished 3 or who haven't played the game yet, but basically I really did. I cried for Shania, so between X, 2, 3, and future games. But X with this CE version, oh, will probably be your favorite. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like there was so much to Shania. She has a lot of layers. It's not like as simple as like just being upset with her for her decisions that she made, especially if you did that quest. Having mental breakdown, and then Monica started swaying her hips. Top 5 iconic moments in my head. Right, like I was sobbing, and then all of a sudden she's like, "It's time for dinner," and then she turns around and starts swaying her hips, and I'm like, "What is going on?" I'm literally in mourning. And then right after, it looks like relations have changed. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying to have a moment. I'm trying to have a moment, Noah. I know relations have changed, obviously. Oh.
Picked out today's menu, Lynn?
Where's the GIF you used to play with the lady swaying her hips? Wait, what GIF?
You know what I mean.
So annoying, I had to buy a lot of healing potions to... Oh, really? Something tragic happens. Would you like to save? Yes. It's good to keep a record. It's like... Leave me alone. For me, my problem with Shania was the first impressions are hard to shake, and her story wasn't told in the order that I would have, but overall felt for her character. Yeah, but I like the way that was done, because you have these initial reactions of oh my God, look at what's happening, blah, 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 and then you see how she ended up that way. And, like, sure, it could be told initially, but I think the whole point is that you're supposed to be frustrated with her in that moment. And then after everything is said and done, you see how things were, like... We're different. So, hi Kiora, how are you? It had music or something? I don't remember. Ever had the occasion to even try to become one, and now it's too late? It's never too late. Oh, let's go. Yeah, that one. That's right. I remember now. Yeah. Xenoblade 3's ending. Again, I'm not going to go into detail. That took me on a wild ride. Like, I felt like I was on a roller coaster. But I I loved it. I love the ending. I love the ending, even if I did feel like I was getting whiplash. If you know, you know. But yeah. The cast ranking is Xenoblade 3, 1, 2, mostly because it was Tora. X for me is somewhere between 3 and 1. Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't know. 3 is just everything to me. Like, everything that I love about video games is Xenoblade 3. Truly. Sometimes I still think about her. Xenoblade 2, Torna. A wild ride, this passage of fate. Oh yeah, I can't watch the ending of Xenoblade 3 without crying. Every single time I watch it, I cry. No matter how many times I watch it, I cry. Hold on, am I going the wrong way?
Oh, great.
I think I was going the wrong way, y'all.
Blood's really pumping now.
Tora for putting shame on the no pun name with the maid robot. No, I get it. I get it because that scene, I was like, what is happening? What is happening? The thing with Xenoblade 2 as well is that, like, I've talked about it before, but I feel like you really have to dig with Xenoblade 2. You've got to dig past a lot of the stuff to really see the beauty in that game. And I love Xenoblade 2, but man, you gotta dig. You gotta get a big shovel and you gotta dig to get there. You gotta do some digging. I would say it's worth it. At least for me it was. But yeah, I know. I understand why so many people feel the way that they do about that game because it's valid. It is valid, 100%. It's hard to love too, for sure. Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, I feel like the love that I have for Xenoblade 2 is literally, it is the things that, again, you have to dig, like, you have to get there, because the story is great. The story is great, but, like, there's just so many little distractions. So many distractions. Very, very large, big, in-your-face, jiggly distractions. So much random commentary. Yeah. Some things were really a fight for my life in that game. Good game story-wise, but man, really wondering why some decisions were made. Yeah, and I remember that I remember we were having that discussion and people were saying that it's because Takahashi was really trying to, like, I don't know, make the game appealing to, like, a younger audience, I think, right? But like, that's so confusing to me because, the themes are so heavy and it's just like it just feels like a full-on, it just feels like whiplash because it's just like there's some really incredible themes in Xenoblade 2, like just great. There's great characters, but yeah. Yeah. The combat is really fun. I love the Xenoblade 2 combat. But yeah. Emotional scene, butt camera position, epic moment, jiggle physics, emotional robot main, right? Had better days work for the first time in 9 years. Give me some great cause to consider change. Oh. You're enjoying a hard beverage and attempt to relax a little. Oh, I hope that you enjoy your beverage. And I hope that you get a little bit of time to relax. Half the chapter created by Monolith and the other outsourcing. You can tell it's so much. Wait, really? Mods in the Discord. I just got a thing that says unusual DM activity detected. I don't know if y'all saw that. If any mods saw that in the Discord. What is happening? Oh, it's because somebody joined. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Aiden. You love the Saitom designs for Xeno 3? Yeah, Saitom is great. Cheap artist from the hentai under... Wait, what? He was trying to get some new cheap artists from the hentai underground. What? No. The hell is that? Is love letter some form of anime. Xenoblade 2 is definitely the gotcha anime series love letter, and that does have younger vibes. Yeah, it was just not hitting. It was not hitting. It was just not not for Xenoblade 2, since all the other Xenoblade games take place during a war or after a recent war. I feel like they should continue because Takahashi really likes using some really heavy themes. And I feel like Xenoblade 3 was absolutely perfect. Like, yes, it's a heavy game, but with the lesson at the end. So, yeah. No worries, Kiora. And they did for the other games because they were heavily included in many and... Oh, I see. Okay.
It begins. Let's engage. Lay down the fire. Away. Incendiary blast. Shadow strike. Furious blast.
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Away. Flame grenade. Furious blast.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with smut. That's definitely not a problem. And I don't think the art was really a problem for me as much as it was like, it was just distracting. Like, it was obviously a little over the top. It was a little over the top for me. And trust me, I am very much a woman enjoyer. I do love beautiful women, but I don't like it when women are drawn from a male gaze. It's weapons grade, Takahashi. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to play Xenogears. I think it's gonna be life-changing for me. XFR is very Takahashi.
Here we go.
Love that. We're outsourcing when going through the main story with that knowledge because camera work and writing so often heavily switch between styles. Yeah, and I think that's exactly how I felt too while playing through Xenoblade 2. I just felt like there was just so much whiplash. I've come to tolerate a lot of these depictions in favor of good stories, despite side-eyeing them saying this is a femme person. But what really got me were the tonal shifts, random not safe for work things being mixed in with heavy themes. Yeah, that's exactly it. I definitely do not have a problem with certain designs because I feel like it's, yeah, I don't have a problem. I typically don't like when it's like, you can tell when women are drawn from the male gaze, and I don't personally like that. But I think the biggest thing for me is, yeah, like those themes in Xenoblade 2 were heavy. They were super important themes, and it just felt like a, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it. It just felt different having certain animations and certain like very anime things when you're thinking about philosophy and psychology and stuff. Definitive Edition, where the biggest added content is we changed many camera settings to no more boob shoots at the most important emotional moments. Yeah. You know what? I do find it interesting because what was the reason why they changed Mithra's outfit in Smash? Was there tea there? Because I actually love her Smash outfit in comparison to her original outfit. And I like that you had the option to change to it in Torna, because that was the outfit that I used the entire time. The D of X is based on the North America version without bikini options for Lynn. Seriously, yeah, that's disgusting. That's gross. I remember that. I remember that people were being weird about that, and I hate it. I hate it. We do not need to see a 13-year-old in a bikini. It is a great decision for them to have made to not do that. Sakurai did not think the original fitted in Smash, so they gave Pyra and Mithra actual clothes, and Takahashi won't wait. That does look so much better. I love it. I love it. Yes. I adore their Smash outfits.
What is that?
The what?
So listen.
The ugly but beautiful art direction of the original Wii, so unique. Yeah, I saw the comparisons, and they're really funny. They're very different. We're gonna censor Mithra's outfit because it's Tulu jokes on you. I have black nylons. I don't know. I didn't really consider it censoring. I thought it was great. I liked it. I felt like it suit her better. It suited her better? Yeah. The Gamer Bros really went wild when they did it, even though Takahashi went, yeah, this just looks objectively better than whatever we had made. Of course they did. Nasty. The wife of Takahashi, who also made, oh really? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know about Takahashi's wife and her involvement in Xenogears. I love that. And he met her when they were both at Square, right? I think? Freaking out every time they perceive that a female character is showing less skin. Yeah, it's like... Please. We're gonna, yeah, except the change was made by Japanese devs themselves. Demand woke content be changed. I have talked about the word woke too. I despise it because it was taken from black people. And it was changed into this horrible definition now, and I hate it. Oh, we got an astrology check. If you would like to, and you feel comfy, go ahead and tell us your sun sign for Western astrology. If you know your big three, you can also tell us that as well. I am a Capricorn sun, a Capricorn rising, and a Sagittarius moon. Since I don't go on Twitter often. Yeah, I don't go on Twitter often either unless I have to for work-related reasons. Sometimes I'll go on there to scroll fan art because I feel like a lot of artists either stop posting on Blue Sky or they haven't moved over, which is devastating because there are so many wonderful artists that I really love. So sometimes I'll go on there to look at like Love and Deep Space fan art. But yeah, I don't really go on there that much anymore because it's they get cesspool, so. Whenever I see it nowadays, doctors my fight or flight, literally just stealing from black people and making a dog whistle. Right. It really does. It really pisses me off. I hate it. It do piss me off. Bad. What am I doing? Why am I walking through that? Absolutely the fuck not. Some years ago? Yeah. And I think what pisses me off the most about it too is, right before my dad got really sick, he had a conversation with me. For anyone that doesn't know, I'm half black. My dad is black. And he had a conversation with me before he got really sick talking to me about staying woke, which what that meant specifically in black communities is just being aware of racial injustices and things of that nature. Like that is what that originally meant in black communities. They fucking stole it and then turned it into what it is now. And now, like, you can't even have a conversation about what that meant for black people without people thinking that it means something else. So. What is going on? I'm getting lost. Yeah, it literally just means if you have empathy, then, and it's just, that's what makes me so upset. Like it,
here we go.
That's literally not what, it's not what it meant. You remember your dad saying that too? Yeah. Yep, it was very, like, and I think it still is, it's still prevalent in black communities, but now it's like, it's just it's so far gone because of the way that it's been used. Yeah, imagine caring about other people. Like, imagine caring. Like, drives me up a wall. Imagine seeing the world through other people's eyes, even if you can't relate. Like, it somewhat is, but the changing of the meaning overshadowed what it used to mean. Yep. Sorry, I'm just catching up. that I don't see the gamer chuds complaining about this same stuff that they did when the original came out 10 years ago. Mm-hmm.
It didn't have to be like this.
Oh wait, yeah, this is okay. This is what I'm supposed to be.
Someone stabbed me. Hit him again for Shadow Hammer. Hope you're ready for this.
They're woke and thought, oh nice, probably a good person. Now it's, yeah. Yep.
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Furious blast.
I mean, and that's what's funny to me. Like, we can have an entire conversation about AC Shadows because how is, yeah, I was gonna say AC Shadows isn't bombing. And like, I'm ready to fight people on, like, I'm ready to fist fight people on AC Shadows. I haven't even played the game yet, but I was really excited about that game when it was announced. I loved the concept. I loved everything about it. And I am so sickened by how horrible people have treated that game.
The Manon will be thrilled. Let's head back and meet up with them.
So like, even if somebody has like even like the slightest bit of criticism for AC Shadows, like I'm like taking off my earrings, like, okay, I'll meet you in the alley. Like I can't take it. Like, I will not take any criticism towards AC Shadows. Again, I haven't even played the fucking game yet, but there's been so much horrible shit involving that game. And like the devs have to get lawyers because they're afraid of getting bullied. Like, it's just a mess. So like, I'm out here like ready to fucking fight. Getting scrappy in the streets. I'd go to war for that game. I don't know a single thing about AC. Me and Aiden putting on our our war gear. Fighting cowboys, setting someone straight. I was like, oh, is that the one guy? I think I saw a clip of that, of the one guy who was popping the fuck off on people in his chat. Like, wow, what an awesome dude about AC Shadows. I loved that clip. Excuse me. It's a vocal minority complaining. Yeah, it usually is. But they're so fucking loud.
It begins.
This hand that threatens us.
Furious blast.
Black guy in my... Oh geez, hold on. I'm getting ambushed.
Hope you're ready. Furious blast.
Sight nice. Move in and do some damage.
I know. Take this.
Upper hand.
Furious blast.
Fling him.
Now weaken them.
Yeah, most people don't even know what Prima speech means. Got a black guy in my Japanse game as a samurai. Ubisoft is not respecting history. Plot twist, black guy actually... No, that's what's hilarious, is that I would say that Yasuke is like one of the... I think literally the only actual historical protagonist that they've ever had in any of their games. I'm trying to remember.
We saw this coming.
Ezio wasn't real. He was fake. Altair was fake. Connor was fake. Edward was fake. The twins, they were fake. They're... Bayek? Fake. Like, literally, it's just... They're so stupid. They are so fucking stupid. Yeah, I remember too when people were like losing their absolute shit about the cherry blossoms or something. It's just like y'all are not being serious right now about the fucking cherry blossoms. Y'all are not being and it was like white people complaining about the cherry blossoms. Like, I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. Let's talk about the random hay bales in Italy, because I don't think that was historically accurate either.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
That's how to
Wait,
evade.
what? Sorry, I'm like popping off. I'm like I'm popping off. When's the black for tag? Exactly. Rising blade. Yeah, that's not even the point, because there have been people who are actually Japanese who've spoken on Yasuke, and they have literally said that whether or not he was a retainer, he was still taken on and trained as a samurai. So this whole bullshit about whether or not he's a samurai is so fucking annoying, because it's just like, okay, well, Leonardo da Vinci did not make fucking assassin weapons on the side. So were you upset about that? Were you upset about that? Or the Pope did not work like was not in cahoots with aliens? Origins, Odyssey, or Ragnarok came out, proper culture representation, but as soon as their beloved Japan is involved, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some content creators that do not help with that. But, you know, grifter's gonna grift, of course. You know what? You know what's gonna really upset them? Are the fanfic writers they out there, they making fanfics about Nobunaga and Yasuke? They making yaoi yet? Because I think that they should, just to piss them off even more.
They've seen us.
They're off guard. Melee attack.
Shield wall. I'll make them
You thought it looked good? Assassin's Creed Shadows? It looks amazing.
Hope you're ready for this.
And Ubisoft worked really hard on that game.
Nice job.
We got him. Let's move.
Ready, yeah, about Nobunaga and Mori Red Maru. Honestly, I don't know if this is spoilers. Lorie, have you seen it? No, I haven't seen the romance options. I have not. Honestly though, I'm a go on AO3 and see if we got some Nobunaga and Yasuke yaoi. I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, if anyone's interested.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
I know, I really want Assassin's Creed Shadows, but I'm obviously prioritizing Xenoblade right now. But oh, why'd they have to come out at the same time? Because Assassin's Creed has always been a really comforting series for me. I played since the first one, and I was really excited about Shadows. Assassin's Creed has also always been a series that I keep to myself. I don't stream it. Kind of Assassin's Creed, to be honest, I wish people would pay attention to Xenoblade X instead. I mean, Assassin's Creed is good. Like, I mean, obviously there's some games that are better than others. But I do agree that I do wish more people would pay attention to Xenoblade. Xenoblade is very, very niche still.
It seems the sleeping
But I think
dogs
what
have
really
risen.
helps is when Xenoblade 3 got nominated for Game of the Year. That helps a lot, I think. My backlog. Shadows pose, yeah. Sliding stinger.
Hope you're ready for this.
Stop! There is a fanfic of Nobunaga and Yasuke. I'm excited. I'm gonna read it. I will be reading. I will be partaking in the Nobunaga and Yasuke yaoi.
Our skills were indisputably superior.
Hey, Magic. Honestly, like, it's tough, right? Because I think I would really like it if more eyes were on Xenoblade. But at the same time, I don't know if I would like it if more eyes were on Xenoblade. And not because in a gatekeeper way, but I just don't want certain people playing the game because that sounds so gatekeeping. But there are terrible people who I don't ever want playing this game. Stay away from my series. I've seen how some people react to certain game series that are more like prevalent in the gaming sphere, and I'm like, stay away from Xenoblade. Not in a gatekeeper way, exactly.
Ready? Let's move it.
I'm not a gatekeeper, but sometimes I am. That's already happened with Infinity Nikki, and I want to gape it. No, I remember that we had that conversation about Infinity Nikki. It's just like, oh no.
No sign of the Manon anywhere. Where would they go?
Maybe back to their ship?
Friends, look! Over there! Boom booms!
Boom booms! Why do you have to make that sound so cute? Those are explosions! Yeah, I know that. I don't know what happened during the Xenoblade X, like the original launch, but yeah, like Elna is a full-on person of color and a woman who literally is the Earth's savior. Like, those people would have had a heyday. And then so many themes. Well, actually, no. I remember that when people were talking about Xenogears and how like a bunch of religious people were super pissed off. Her hairpin, you just noticed? I ordered a replica hairpin from an Etsy artist. I'm excited to get it because I will be wearing it like every day for the rest of my life. What happened in 14? I get mad if I think about it. Oh no, I get it. Yep. Yeah, what happened with 14? Boob slider, Lynn bikinis. Oh my god.
Depends if Tatsu can make it or
Division
not.
opinion could happen again in future Xeno games. Yeah, that's why they need to stay the fuck away. Stay the fuck away. I remember the boob slider. I remember the boob slider, and I remember that was like the end of the world for weird people. Back then, Cena's super cool face of for the game, but I have seen that feeling more people have a problem with her son. Wait, what? People actually have a problem with Elma? Excuse the fuck me?
Curse grenade! Furious blast! Rising blaze!
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Furious blast!
Yeah, I need to play Xenosaga. Cosmos looks really cool.
Furious blast! Uppercut! Hit him again for Hope you're ready for this. Rising blaze!
And yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Xenoblade 3, like yes, the majority of it was from Noah's perspective, but I do feel like a lot of it was also Mio. Like I do kind of, at least to me, I feel like it was more of a dual protagonist situation with Xenoblade 3. Breaking out of her Lynn at 13 and having altered clothing options. Yeah, I heard about that, and I've like disgusting. Like especially knowing that she is 13 years old, because for anyone that's new here that doesn't know, I'm a mother, and my daughter is 13, and that actually like makes me violent because like people are fucking disgusting. May feel that way because they're feeling threatened that the Wait, my only issue these days are people on the fence saying that those complaining about woke may feel that way because they're feeling threatened, but that doesn't mean they're racist, sexist, xenophobic. I don't know why, but Wait, do you mean that like if you have issues with the game, then people are thinking that you are... I think it's because they brightened the graphics, but Elma got a bit lighter in skin tone. They also changed her hair. Yeah, I remember someone saying that she was a little bit lightened, and it does make me wonder if it was more so just because they brightened everything, because the same thing kind of happened in Final Fantasy XIV, I think, right? Like when they did the graphics update in 14, like things, darker skin tones changed a bit. Although the only changing of darker skin tone that I really have an issue with was what happened with Ishtola. Wait, Ro means defenders of the woke. Saying
this is where life is going to take
marriage is here. Like, I don't know why. I think it's my brain. I think my brain is just not computing. I think I need more caffeine. Nothing that like. I think my brain is just not taking in anything right now. Oh, the people are legitimately worried in historical accuracy. Wait, it's people arguing that the people are legitimately worried about historical accuracy in Yasuke's case, for example. Like people who... I don't know why it's not. By the way, not your fault, Ro. My brain is just not working. The same thing did happen with Titus. Yeah, they like remastered it, and then yeah, he got lightened. I had to change some settings. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that they brightened everything, and then in doing so, that also brightens up the darker skin tones too. You got up at 3 a.m. this morning for the patch, Scott. They have a problem with people defending the everything is woke crowd when they use the strawman history. Oh, okay. If we want to go with history, put your fucking Confederate flags away. And the new hockeys, they lost. There's a lot of people out there, centrists basically, that defend the bigot, saying things like they're not actually. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No. Thank you for explaining. I don't know, like, for some reason today things have to be explained to me like I'm 5. I'm gonna blame it on my luteal phase again. Yeah, no, that is valid. Like, oh, people may like the Confederate flag and not be racist. That's wild! That's wild! Can you imagine? Like, I'm just a fan of the colors. Like, that's the only reason why I like the Confederate flag. And, like... Oh my god. I think my favorite thing, like, I am friends with quite a few white people. My husband is white. I think my favorite thing is when we're talking about white people, my white people who are my friends are like, yeah, I don't like white people. My favorite thing. I mean, like, people argue skin tone all the time, people who are racist. Oh no! Oh, I hate hormones. Pickle, I'm sending you love in these trying times. I'm a fan of clean lines in this. Oh my god! Oh wait, hold on. Okay, story time.
But if you run again, we will break your legs.
No! Not the babies!
We are not asking for anything. It is a command. Like it or not, you will help us.
You have such strange methods of persuasion.
This is the gangly way. It worked on Throne. It will work on Lano. Too much talk. Captain, time to kill. Yes. Kill one, then the others.
No! Handshake. Here comes us with our cat ears and our swimsuit. They're so freaking cute. I love them.
Saves us the trouble of hunting them down.
We kind of look like, especially Lynn, she looks like she got isekai'd. that time I got transported into a Earth cataclysmic event when I was just trying to study for my physics exam and graduate from high school. And now I am cooking for grown-ass adults and craving the taste of an alien who was here first before me. These divas. Flame grenade! I was supposed to start high school, but now I'm stuck on a whole different I'm stuck in a whole different planet. I love that. Amazing. Your faces look so much better. I've seen the comparisons, and yeah, they look very good. Where do I get the cat ears? I wish I could tell you. I literally have no idea. I was going through my my clothes and saw that, and I was like, ah! But I don't know where I got them.
Dance of victory!
Tatsu!
Are you alright?
I know! I'm missing an arm.
What? A friend is a robot?
Wait, what? I am?
I'm gonna block all feedback to the nervous circuits. Still hurt?
Wait a second. You don't remember anything about your body being a mimeosome, do you?
What the fuck is a miniumsum?
She's losing her biocirculatory plasma. I can't fix this here. Elma, I need you to contact the Mimeosome Maintenance Center for me. Ask them to have a Type 085 left arm and transfusion ready ASAP.
You got it.
I'm going to have to take you offline for a bit here, okay? We'll resuscitate you back in New LA.
What do you mean take me offline? Hello?
Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. I promise, okay?
Did everyone know I was a robot but me? Well, I guess it's because I don't remember. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Why? I thought we were human. Elma was telling us that we were human, or that we were from Earth. Are people from Earth not, or was it just me? I was worried because I thought Tatsu died, and I'm like, they're not gonna kill him, but like okay, he's fine. I just lost an arm. I lost a robot arm. Sorry, I'm going through it.
Welcome back.
So, how's that
I'm
new
sorry.
left arm feeling?
After all this and seeing the cat ears. Okay. I know, let's see the cat ears after I just lost an arm. Okay, but also, oh my god, also I have to mention this. I have to mention this, okay? The fact that this is happening and Caleb Love in Deep Space also was missing an arm and he has a robotic arm, but like it's covered by skin. And then, sorry, Love in Deep Space. I have to bring up Love in Deep Space because tell me what's happening right now. Like, why is this, what is going on? The connections where there's no fall damage. See, I thought that was just for easy exploration. So we can't, but we die. Okay. Literally no one respond. I'm catching up on chat. I'm going back to my happy place thinking about Love in Deep Space again. This is a horror story because they're talking so casually and we just received free existential dread. Like, okay, we're not people. We're not a human. We're a robot. When I saw this, I just kept saying, dang it, Tatsu, until I saw the arm and I said, I thought I was human. Right, I thought I was human. What's happening? Sup, Caleb, what in the cyberpunk? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Your systems need time to reboot. She meant that shit literally. See, I literally didn't pick that up when she said that because I thought when she said your systems need time to reboot, I thought she was talking about something else. So apparently this is more near Hanabata than Lorie was bargaining for. I'm so glad that I did not name my character Larussi because, yeah, now I'm worried. Okay, all right, we're continuing. Check your arm and nod approvingly. Check your arm and shake your head. Worry! Man, my character's boobs look good. Sorry. They're not.
That's strange.
Is there metal under the
Pick up
boobs?
any major problems. We know your fluids are circulating properly.
My fluids?
It looks like you can definitely control your fingers. You should be back to normal.
If Lynn says the scans check out, I'm sure it'll be fine. It can take some time to readjust. It's kind of like phantom limb syndrome, just in reverse.
That must be it. You did just have the operation. Sadly, there's nothing I can do to speed up the sync process. Just give it a little time. You'll see.
Before we go any further, I wanted to apologize. I should have realized you might have forgotten about this, but...
Yeah.
As you probably noticed, the body you're inhabiting is artificial. We call them mimeosomes. MIMS for short.
Mimeosomes are designed to mimic human physiology as much as possible. The whole point is for us to forget about them. That way we can still enjoy the things we love, like cooking.
We're all like this. Every single crew member that escaped.
Oh my god!
All of us are MIMS.
But why would friends all become robots?
Well, just think about it. It could have taken decades to find a new planet to call home, or even centuries.
Oh my
I have
god!
no idea. Who would want to crew the ship if they knew they were going to grow old or die along the way?
Tatsu see Linley point.
Our actual bodies are waiting in the lifehold, in stasis with all the human passengers. We control our mimeosomes remotely from there. So you see? That's why it's so important for us to find and protect the lifehold. Our lives are on the line here too.
This seems...
If the lifehold were to stop
weird. I mean,
functioning
not
for
weird,
any
but like...
reason while we're still there in stasis.
Everyone, including every MIM in New LA, would drop dead on the spot.
That reminds me, something else you should know. It's possible for us to switch to another Mimiosome if these bodies fail or become too badly
Oh my god.
damaged. But the process requires equipment from the Lifehold Core, the central unit of the whole operation.
So what if Ginkley and her big beastie smash French robot Mims?
We wouldn't be able to come back yet.
For now, we need to consider these Mims as precious as we would our real, actual bodies. Don't get reckless out there just because you're in a Mimiosome. That's an
Oh my
order,
god,
hear?
this is so like unreal. This is, I don't know how to describe
One last
it.
thing, and I need to trust you all to keep this quiet. It's sensitive info, so HQ has only been telling team leaders about it.
I was gonna say,
We can't have a panic
does everybody know about this? Like, does
The
everybody know?
readout on Blade Tower. You've seen it? It's not some kind of special clock or anything like that. It's a countdown.
Big number counts down to what?
The Lifehold shutting down.
Oh my god?
What?
The Lifehold lost its power source when we lost the White Whale. It's been running on backup ever since. We need to locate the Lifehold and get a power source in place by the time that percentage reaches 0.
And if we don't,
These bodies will no longer sustain us.
we'll die.
Not just die, Lynn. Die out. It would mean the end of the human race as we know it. The end of everything.
Well, on that cheerful note,
Okay, Rook. You good to go?
No.
Then let's report back to HQ. I'm sure the commander will want to hear about this himself.
right.
I feel like this definitely changes the vibe a lot, and that was something I was not expecting. I wasn't expecting them all to be just in literal like fake bodies because they're, oh my god. And we're learning about this concept as a philosophical theory. I think it was the beetle in the box theory. It's so wild and mess with your. Wait, what is it? I don't know that. I really love the existential side quests that open as a response to that. They should have an introduction video at least when you wake up, like the Fallout ones. Glory to mankind, eh?
Well, I think that I wouldn't have a video because you're the only person that can't remember anything. Everybody else knows when I woke up.
Literally just witnessing the horrors. Are we on life support? I mean, I guess yeah, it's similar to that, I guess.
Like everybody's in cryo sleep pretty much.
Yeah. Who needs a skill when you are the skill? Okay. Did I ever watch the movie Surrogates? No, I haven't. I forgot to tell the most important part. Well, at least some free trauma, right? Horrored by Xenoblade. Any use either. Well, it also explains why the jumping is so comical to me, because like the way that they jump is, it's just hilarious. Like why it's like, see, I thought it was like some like a gravity thing or whatever, but yeah. I was not expecting this. I almost got spoiled some on this with one of the Affinity quests I did before this chapter. What? So when we get in a Skell, we're piloting a robot piloting a robot. Yeah. It's getting too happy for a Xenoblade game. Here's an existential crisis. Always, always. There always has to be an existential crisis in a Xeno game. That's for sure. Are we still, we didn't finish this quest, right? Because I was gonna say, I want to pick up some Affinity quests now.
I can help.
Wasn't it suspicious that a 13-year-old girl can fight with 50 tons metal shield? No, because I thought it was just being anime. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, someone was talking about the foreshadowing.
Welcome back. Your floppy friends here filled me in on everything. You did good. Just watch yourself out there, Big Shot. You're still new at this, and we can't afford to lose you. We only got so many spare parts to go around.
Get somebody spare parts to spare.
Feeling better, are we? You took a nasty hit, no?
She'll be fine. I patched her up myself.
That's great, isn't it? We were worried sick, you know? We're still new in town.
I'm literally still in shock. Like we're just carrying on, and I'm like,
Then Manon?
I'm a fucking robot.
Correct. The NLA government has reached an accord with the Manon people. A friendship treaty. It guarantees
Y'all-
their safety and provides them a place to settle here in the city.
I have something to say.
That's great to hear, Director Joe. I wasn't sure how you'd react.
We don't need to be from the same species to be able to recognize our
okay.
common ground. Someone told me that once.
That was a lifetime ago.
Oh, I love Elma. Oh my god.
Blessing and a curse, believe me.
So you're all stuck here too, right? We were just cruising along out in space, you know? And suddenly, our nav system goes all screwy, and we find ourselves here. Which is pretty weird, considering our tech is far more advanced than anything Samar's got.
I love these creatures.
Samar.
Did anyone make any plushies of these creatures? Because I would love one.
Seriously? As in the Interstellar Federation, Samar? I mean, they only rule over a radius of 6 million light years or so of space.
6 million? But that would span multiple galaxies.
Well, yeah. The Ganglion are a run-of-the-mill crime syndicate. Just one tiny part of Samar, you know?
Just one tiny part. My good man, in the spirit of our agreement, we'd appreciate any intelligence you'd be willing to share.
Of course, of course. We'll tell you all we know, okay? After all, we are friends now, right? We are, right? Friends? Earth human heroes will protect us, right? Because we live here now. Right? Oh, look, look! Here comes our little ship now.
They're so cute. Did they say, here comes our little ship? Here comes our little ship? What the fuck? I love this little ship. You know what? They did say that. They said their tech is extremely advanced. They were not kidding. Oh, chapter 5 was really good. Oh, that was a great chapter. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. I'm doing affinity quests now, y'all, because I don't want to keep going and then miss out on all of these. The dawn of Mimosome tech gave man a new vessel, and with it a new method of attack, overdrive. Accumulate 3,000 TP to unleash. Is this the chain attack? Is this chain attacks? The ship that Manon live in is really interesting. We should spiff things up in our home too. Why not try I already did. I already did customize the barracks. Completing certain missions results in xenoform residents migrating to New LA. You might even see some of them. Oh, cool! What? On the street is that a new Manon arms manufacturer called Candid Incredible is coming to town. Oh, neat. So like when you make friends with a new race of people, they come and move in. That's so fun. Then we get like new stuff. Manon warp device. Approach the warp device located near the entrance. Lay down, press A. We can go on their ship. The white whale is bigger. Overdrive now. I missed you at every other title. Overdrive, the most broken and fun mechanic in the Xenoblade series. Really? It's color-based, but if you know how to manage it, you can do millions of damage. It's just really difficult. Oh, that's so interesting. Less chance for you to be panicking about the eventual shutdown. Yes. So you don't notice they aren't human. They may be intentionally ignoring the possibility of someone losing their memory about it. Yeah. But I really think about the MC of this game now because they really gave us that experience of you're just a little guy protecting the planet, and now it's more you're not a little guy at all. You're the shadow of a little guy. Maybe what you felt until now was human, but you're not one, and if you fail, you doom everyone like damn. Right, I'm kind of like, I'm still in shock about this reveal because I feel like it really changes. Like, that's actually such an interesting twist because I feel like just everything has changed. Like the way, like your objective, I mean, your objective is still the same, but now it's just like, okay, well, we're not really us, and we have to do what we have to do, or otherwise, like our us, but our real us, everyone's gonna die, and then that'll wipe out the human race. I'm going through it because that's like, oh my god. Funniest thing is that you can visit Mimosum Center. They tell you about the reveal before this chapter. I'm glad that I didn't go any place because I didn't hear any of this. Like I didn't do any affinity quests that revealed that to me, or like I didn't walk anywhere that revealed that to me. So, they help us build things for fashion. It doesn't stop combat when you use like a chain attack. It's a short amount of time for such a high cost. Oh. Yeah, X goes to places with existential crisis the other games don't. Really? Because I feel like every single Xenoblade game has given me existential crisis. Specifically Xenoblade 3. Like Xenoblade 3 gave me the worst existential crisis, but at the same time, hope. Like, I don't know how that is even a thing, but it did.
Hey.
The Mim plot point is one of the ones I remembered from this. I'm also like, who is us anymore anyway? The Mim are the person we're meant to protect, and don't they gain individual... Right. It's very much... It reminds me very much of Nier Automata, about how it's just like, what are we doing? Like, what are we... Yeah, because what happens when it is time for us to let out the real us? Isn't that going to be like devastating? Because it's going to be, I feel like it'll be devastating for us as the player because this is me. I am the robot, but I'm also not. I'm sleeping. I'm taking this really seriously. But I feel like I'm gonna go through. I feel like this is gonna make me go through it. Who the fuck said that the story wasn't good?
That's right, yeah?
Pizza really is the greatest, don't you think? You should really go to Army Pizza one of these days. Pizza really is the greatest. I'm having an existential crisis right now, right? Then plot points can be spoiled by the overworld NPCs and affinity quests in a heart-to-heart. That sucks. I'm glad that I didn't get spoiled on that, because that... I did not know what the fuck was going on.
Well...
I think therefore I am, and what if I'm a robot and the real me that is thinking is in the stasis chamber and now we don't know where the real us is? Right, because when we created us, the player, we are the robot. Right? Like, this is us. But we are actually not. We are sleeping. I am so, this is fucking me up. This is fucking me up bad. I'm gonna be thinking about this for days. For a really long time. Also, their ship is so cool. I'm just running around, but it looks so cool. What a cool ship. I like the music in here too. Hi, Mystic. How are you? We are all in the life hold chat. Yes. What if we are all in the life hold right now? What if, this is, oh my God, this is making me think about real life. Like you know when people used to joke, like, what if we're just Sims? They're Sims. We're Sims. Wait, this is a really good song. I like this song. It's like playing your Sims self. This ship is giving something in between Mass Effect and Metroid. Tired but good, finally done all the things. Oh, done doing all the things. Yay! I'm proud of you. Should we call my character Neo? My question is, does our memory loss have something to do with our sleeping self? I don't know the answer. I don't either. Most of the hate was because people sped through main story back in the day without doing the affinity quests that have so much lore and character building, so without it, the story can feel short. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think this is really interesting. This is a really interesting concept. You need to play more Sim Self Legacy.
Fascinating, right?
Fascinating, right? Another game that I won't know the lore to. Oh no. What is the collective see, I need to brush up on some psychology things because Pickle was mentioning something else that I need to look into. I know Takahashi loves his psychology. Collective conscious concept too. I feel like I learned about this in one of my psychology classes, but I don't remember. Okay, so that ship was really cool. We're gonna go pick up some affinity quests. Mystic, what chapter are you on? Oh, I need to be 38. Oh, this is L's affinity quest. We have to do this, but I have to be 38, so I'm not there yet.
Whoa.
Oh crap! I went too fast. Who is this?
Colonel, you haven't seen Lao around.
Oh, is it for Lao?
Not recently, no.
Did you two have plans?
Not plans, so much as a mission we were supposed to handle together.
And he stood you up? Ah, that's so tacky.
Can't really argue with that. Still, I'm sure he had his reasons, so try not to be too harsh on him, alright?
Wait, what? Why are you defending the guy who stood you up?
Another fair point.
You are such a weirdo. What's the deal? Why are you so protective of Lao anyway?
We go way back. We were in the same unit before serving under the Colonel.
Yowie?
Wow, that long?
Yep. I was a scout. He was a sniper. We fought all over the world before the coalition government formed.
Man, I bet there are some stories there.
Yeah. Not sure I want anyone hearing.
Unsavory tie.
Hey, Elma, what do you think? Maybe we can get dugout since that was a no-show?
I certainly don't mind. Is it something we could manage?
Oh, well, sure. It's nothing that requires a Pathfinder specifically. If you all want to help, I'd gladly take it.
Okay then, Tatsu on the case. Doug can rest easy.
Okay, you took on a Pathfinder. Oh, this is for Doug. Okay. Well, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
That's reassuring.
Love when video games make me contemplate the concept of self-mind existence. Same.
Right. 3 days ago, we started picking up scattered
And that is
UM
why I love
responses
the
in
Xeno
area.
series.
These are the spots. Problem is,
Fuck me up, Takahashi.
we can't run our usual analysis through Frontier Nav.
So you want us to go check them out in person?
Exactly. If you can take these 3, my team will handle the others.
Sounds like a piece of cake.
We'll get in touch once we've gathered the data.
That'll be perfect, thanks. HQ is offering a reward, of course. But either way, drinks are on me once you're done.
Tell Doug he'd better know a good place. Tell Doug he'd prefer cash. I'm gonna be nice.
Are you kidding? Of course I do. Just leave it to me.
We'll be looking forward to it.
Everything is yaoi when you look at it hard enough. So true. Since our mims are blades, does that make our bodies the driver? Does it? Because I thought blades are a little bit different. They're not like people, right? We lost a whole segment of bodies like 2 chapters ago, so where do they go once we find the rest of the life hold? Oh. No, I'm fine with doing this one. I want to do all of them. Oh, you need to be in chapter 10 for L. Okay. Even if people in the pods pilot the MIMs, if they can also change vessels all the time a MIM breaks, that's right. They did mention that they can change MIMs. So it's just like, who are you? Exactly. This is making me think of the ship of Theseus philosophy. If parts of you keep getting replaced and you keep losing, do you still identify yourself? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna like, Oh wait, yeah. Mystic Lurk. I didn't see that you were. I hope she's not listening. You spend all this time building connections to people, but you are robots, so having brain and that. Okay, I'm gonna literally do searching after this. They aren't human physiology. Yeah. How are we a robot when we came from a life pod? I guess it's how you determine what life is, since Xenoblade 2 blades are called weaponized life forms. Isn't that a MIM for the most part? Because, well, I guess in my opinion, I feel like MIMs are literally like, they're like Sims, right? Well, I guess not technically, because like, I don't even know how to describe it, but I feel like I don't know. I actually don't know how to describe this. It's actually making me lose my mind because, okay, so if we are, the real us, we're on like life support essentially, because we as the humans, like even Lynn was explaining it, like, oh, we don't want to have to age while we're trying to search, which is another thing that's interesting to me, because isn't that a part of like living, is just like going through the experiences as who you are and aging, and you know, but like I guess their whole thing is that, well, we don't want to get wiped out, like we don't want the human race to get wiped out while we try and figure out how we can survive. So that's their whole argument as to why it makes sense for them to do this, for them to just be in like a cryostasis type of situation. I don't know. I feel like it's a bit different because the blades in Xenoblade 2, they're not like other people. Like the blades are themselves, right? Like they're not like a replacement for their main self. I don't know if that makes sense. Whether the body MIMS itself has some sort of consciousness before being overridden by human. It's weird because you could say MIMS are like ships you're piloting, but then you feel pain and help L, and Tatsu dancing is taking me out. Yes. MIMS in Xenoblade 2 laser people capsuled by DNA and God tech. It's a question of what happens to MIMS when no one is piloting. Yeah. Uses concept from X like a lot, not getting into details, but when you see them, oh. Humanity is playing on easy mode body-wise until we can be sure we've got a world settled and a safety net. Yeah, but it's so interesting to me because it's just, I don't know. I don't really know. I really don't know how to feel about it because like on one hand, I'm like I get it. I get the idea of us not wanting to be wiped out as human beings. So we're trying to do whatever we can to and that's another thing too, is that they discussed that in the beginning about how they're going to do whatever they can to survive and make sure the human race is preserved. But man, like it's just, I feel like doing something like this, I feel like you're definitely walking like a dangerous path. So I was like, hi. What do you think?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that's crazy. I didn't know you were a Xenoblade fan.
Look, Mallory, so this girl, her,
Yeah.
guess how old she is?
I don't know.
Guess.
I don't know.
Guess.
I don't know.
She's 13.
Wow, that's crazy.
Right?
Yeah, too bad I'm not 13.
How old are you?
I'm actually 14.
No, you're not.
No, it's April.
It's literally not even April yet.
It's April 28th.
It's literally not April.
Yeah, my birthday was yesterday. Don't you haven't been keeping track of the time, have you? It actually was April 27th yesterday.
Okay, get out of here.
Yeah, you've been asleep for an entire month.
Get out of here. I'm trying to Xenoblade.
Are you Xenoing that blade, as they say? Are you blading that Xeno?
She loves Taco Bell just like you.
Are we getting Taco Bell?
No, we're not! No, we're not! No.
Do you know who this is? Who said that?
I can't see it!
Lean over it.
Who said that?
Who?
I can't see.
That's my phone.
Yeah, that's your clone. Okay, here.
That's
you
my
need to.
clone?
Yeah.
It's my phone. Other than that.
Oh, it's magic. No! I hate Taco Bell.
Not you, like, why are you doxing?
He said it! He said it!
What are you talking about? His name is right there.
He literally said that.
Okay. You need to go.
Oh look, I just got a pop-up from Taco Bell.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to have an existential crisis right now.
Can you stop doing that?
And there's this, I'm trying, and then there's the weird memory. So are you really fully you, or are there two yous? And then what happens when you do get memories back? Yes, exactly. I don't know if I'm making sense. I have a lot of thoughts. I guess since the people in the pods pilot MIMS, then the MIMS aren't exactly people. They're actually the people in the pods. However, contemplating the NC, the situation gets a bit weirder because who lost their memory exactly? The MIM, the person? Yeah. All there is. We're just talking because the MIM seemed like it lived its own life for a while there, or the person in the pod forgot as well and lived a life where they weren't burdened by the knowledge. Right.
You know you're a MIM because they're controlling the MIM.
No, that's not what Aiden's saying though.
What?
We're theorizing.
And that's why if the life pool dies, the MIM shut off because there's no one to
That's
anymore.
yeah, but that's not what we were talking about. Doxing, gaslighting, I support her.
What are you talking about then? Go back up.
Wait, you can join the chat. I'm trying to play.
No.
Yeah, so the game can go very dark. Oh no, see, I couldn't even finish Black Mirror. Like, I couldn't finish Black Mirror because it gave me way too, like, it just, things were too much. things became a little too much for me. So your character's pod. Oh, so the pod. Wait. Now I'm getting confused. Black Mirror is a modern horror. It really is. It really is. And I actually hate it because so much of it is just like, I can't do horror to begin with, but when it's like that realistic, I'm like, get me out of here. You're also getting confused, but it's a good confusion. Yes, same here. It's just, it's much to think about. There's a lot to think about. I'm actually, yeah. I'm probably gonna keep ruminating on it for a while, and then I'll probably post a lot of my thoughts in the Xenoblade channel. In Discord, if anybody, how far, what am I doing? That is very far. I could just teleport. Yeah, this is where I need to go. A lot of Black Mirror scenarios actually happening, which I'm scared. Right. That's why I can't watch Black Mirror. I'm like, no. Yeah, I'm actually so happy that I didn't get spoiled on this. Like, even playing all of the Xenoblade games on stream, like, no one spoiled this for me. I was like, oh my god. Like, that was something I had no idea about. Like, I did not know that. I hadn't seen anyone talk about that in any of the spaces that I'm in. None of my YouTube comments talked about that. Like, incredible. I think this is another reason why I love the Xenoblade community, is because, like, y'all are really great with spoilers. Like, incredible with spoilers. I had nothing spoiled for me.
Listen up.
Yeah, and I think the really cool thing too is that so much of the community still like safeguards spoilers. Like, what was the thing in Xenoblade 2 that people were using to refer to whatchamacallit? Something milk and tea or something like that? Like, no one knows what that means until you actually, like, get it. Can easily get I'm like, what is that noise? The squelching? Yeah, coffee with milk. Yeah. Like, that's why it's so impressive to me, because like y'all are still using that even to this day, which says a lot, because there's other communities that are absolutely horrific with spoilers. Horrific. You can say Final Fantasy, it's okay. You know what? You're right. Still mourning the day when they said they were going to do a remake for Final Fantasy VII, and people would literally not stop saying the big reveal. Just out in the open. It's just like, listen, some people did not get a chance to play these games, okay? Like, what are y'all doing? 7 is a code name for a character in Xenoblade 1. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, it's just so cool. Literally the most respectful video game community when it comes to spoilers. Intro and Mario used to take a long time. Oh, you were kind of right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's been happening for a while. I still think about the intro to this game when Lynn is narrating it while we walk into New LA. The line that comes out is when she says New LA is our beautiful lie to ourselves. She did. Yeah, you know, I was wondering about that too, and I just thought that she meant, whatchamacallit, that we were trying to live like normally, even though we still weren't there yet. So that's what I thought she was referring to. Oh wait, do I have to use my I have to use my TP for overdrive? Persona 5 being out a few months in Japan before everywhere else and people spoiling everything already. Oh my god. It's wild how too many people were raving about Cloud and Sephiroth's 7-minute yaoi scene with full frontal nudity. I would have loved to experience that without spoilers. The 14 community. Yeah, I mean, the 14 community used to be a lot better with it, but sometimes, like, you know what? Maybe I'm just thinking about the, No, I feel, yeah, I don't know. It really depends. It really depends. Some side quests expect your ass to swim across an ocean to get to a different continent for missions, right? Is going to pop up in the YouTubes. Going to overdrive too. Oh, okay, in the command tab? Cool. Everyone can use overdrive now? Oh, neat. Okay. It's like Ouroboros. I miss Ouroboros. No worries, Ro. Good luck with the lurk. Or good luck with the things to do at home.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Seems the sleeping dogs have risen. Oh, that was weird. My eyes were crossing. Oh, it's right here. Oh, okay. Activate order. So next time I should try that. L! The way he says goodbye? Depressing. All right. Where the plot will go, but I'll keep to myself for low chance I'm right. Yeah, and if anybody wants to discuss theories, we can absolutely do so in the Xenoblade channel and Discord if you would like. Just make sure to tag like any theories, like especially like big theories. I would prefer if you put them in spoiler. Just say, hey, I have a theory, and then spoiler tag it. Only reason why I say that is because sometimes like I will overthink, and then yeah. So yeah, like I have little theories, but I try so hard not to overthink, because sometimes when I overthink I end up spoiling something for myself by like thinking too hard on it, and then oh wait, this is only 22. Okay, and then like I get mad at myself for spoiling myself. That doesn't make any sense. I'm aware. Is Xenosaga spoiler? What? Or have you? No, I haven't played any of this. I haven't played any of the Xenosagas. Was that one the one that gave me? Oh, that. Okay, I messed up.
Upper hand. Shadow strike.
Don't I have one that gives me more TP? Welcome back, Proxo. I don't remember if you were here or not during the reveal of the memes, because I just experienced that. You're snacking on some gummy bears? Why do you hate me? Scattered around, so even if I already knew a spoiler, I'm like, why did you spoil me? Do that all the time, or someone would say a phrase and they're like, it has no context. I'm like, oh, trust me, in my head it does. Right. That's why whenever you're theorizing, Aiden, I just don't say anything, or I just say that's a good theory, or you get it. Like, that's it, because my brain does the same thing where I just like overthink. And then I get mad at myself when I overthink, and I feel like I already knew it because I overthink. I overthunk. It's such a stupid problem. It's why it drives me crazy when people are like, they guess the plot of something, and I'm like, specifically talking about fucking Effigy, who is like, oh, he's gonna die. And I'm like, can you keep your thoughts to yourself? Can you keep your thoughts to yourself? You ate all the red ones and threw the rest away. Wow. That's very wasteful, you know. There might be a meme out there that's hungry. I feel like we're not. Oh crap, I missed that. Do I know? Yes, I do know who Cosmos is. The only reason why I know who Cosmos is because I accidentally pulled her in Xenoblade 2. But prior to that, I did not know who she was. And everyone was very upset when I pulled her because I did not know who she was, and I was not aware that she was like the rarest blade in the game. So. Oopsie poopsie. I forgot that we had a command for that.
I know.
Right to the kisser. Now, cripple them. Look at us. We're on a stroll.
Yeah, I also used like a regular summoning thingy too. Which is supposed to be even like, I think that's even worse because there's like a less of a chance or something. I don't even know. But it was a very funny moment on stream because I did not, everyone was freaking out and I was like, oh, she's cool. Who is this?
Hope you're ready for this.
Mindstorm.
This is going great. This is going swimmingly because I still have not done overdrive yet. I feel like it's because I'm spending all of my TP immediately. Oops, crap. Oh well. He knows that if he slips up anything that's in tune with my theory, I'm like, oh, I figured everything out, and I love theorizing, but somehow hearing other people theorizing, I'm like, I don't know if I want to hear it. We're actually right. I feel that. Like, I love hearing other people's theories when I already know what's going on, but like if we're theorizing together and then like, unless like we have the same theory, you know what I mean? Like it's so specific. Like I don't want to hear your thoughts unless I'm thinking the same thought. Because what if your thought is correct and then you just spoiled me even though you had no idea? I literally pulled hundreds of core crystals before I got Cosmos. Oh no. I know exactly what you mean, right? Overdrive has a special song, so you have to get it now. Wait, what? Does it?
Look at us. We're on a
Having arts that build up TP and putting on augments that... Oh, that's probably my issue. But I'm... What's 3,000? Okay.
Use an aura. Get control of the battle.
Can I make him... Hold on. Use... Activate overdrive. What does it look like? Cool! They're at this... They have a spinny circle. Amazing! I was expecting a Sailor Moon transformation. None of them have to be... Oh, no. Lynn and Elle did. That's why I made them do it. Oh! Oh, cool. I don't. Okay. Elle is fighting for his life every time that... Oh, me too. Okay, me too. I'm fighting for my life too, apparently. Some weapons build up TP arts quicker. This is making me miss the chain attacks of the spitties, right? Yeah, does this game not... No, because I think they introduced that with 2, right? The, launch.
This is wearing me down.
Okay, we're not gonna make it.
I'm not gonna make it.
Hi, Jer, how are you? Yeah, I'm doing Affinity Quest right now, so I'm just catching up here. Makes sense to me. I'd rather experience the story as it unfolds, trying to big brain my way to answers. Zio, are you going through it right now? You are going through it right now, my girl. Okay. You just can't smash? Oh. That sounds funny out of context. You can't smash. Damn, I was hoping that I could smash in Xenoblade X. Launch! I loved his launch voice.
It seems the sleeping
Launch!
dogs have risen.
Oh, Nicole. Oh, crap! That's right, I need to publish the VODs. Thank you, Aiden. Zio, ma'am, I cannot see. I cannot see. I can't see. You're spending hundreds of thousands of credit right now. You know what? I support it. It's feeling like fashion is gonna be the end game. It's feeling that way. Full burst was cool in Xenoblade 2. I love Xenoblade 2 combat. I had so much fun with that combat once I understood it. It took me like halfway through the game to fully understand it, but once I did, it was great. Zio, I literally can't see. Thank you. The alien person is in a swimsuit. Yes, we changed him into a swimsuit. The way you're getting kind of obsessed with Axel, I'm so glad that you like it. I'm so glad you like it.
Here we go.
Wait, unless you're talking about him as the character. Obsessed with him as the character, not the emote.
Now it's my turn.
Hi, Mia, how are you?
No, we can
Remake being more accessible? Yes, they're great. Just gotta have a hell long meeting. Gonna have to go back and watch the VOD. You missed the reveal! Oh, I hope the meeting went well. Yeah, I kind of freaked out, Kate. I'm still kind of freaking out a little bit. She's licking my hand. We did it! Wait, it didn't. It went so fast. Wait, is it because we killed it? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I saw on the side too, like there's like combos, so it's similar to Xenoblade 2. Love the saying to simple and clean on YouTube. I do love simple and clean. I do. Did it 2 days ago and I'm still freaking out. I understand. Yeah, it was such a great reveal. There's a guide on site. Oh my god! I was literally just saying that I love Xenoblade 2's combat too, and that's definitely given me Xenoblade 2 vibes. Thank you for treating Zai Zai. Okay. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, it ends when the battle ends. Okay. There is no guide. You can look up the combo list in the tutorials. Met with our new CPAs to go over our annual audit. It was very dry but productive. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I was like, where did my controller go? I thought I would never need. Oh. This music here is so good too. Oh my god. Incredible. Incredible. Wonderful. Am I going past 6? I might go a little bit longer. 12-hour stream? No, kidding. Nope. Nope. I don't know when I'll do another 12-hour stream. Probably when the next Xenoblade comes out. or the next Kingdom Hearts. I don't know. I haven't... It'll be one of those games if I do another 12-hour stream. But 12-hour streams are annoying. Not because I don't enjoy them, because I do actually like being a gremlin for games I'm looking forward to. But editing is what is hell. Editing a 12-hour VOD sucks. I need to head to Spring soonish, but I want to keep playing. Did you tell Kirsten about Xenoblade X? Maybe she'll be down to play. You're kidding, but deep down inside, you're kind of not. Future Lorie looking at this, right? Yes. I've played. That's an intense puzzle or fighting game. I love that. Will you? It's 25 second. Oh, cool. I'd have to lend her my other Switch if she does. She doesn't have a Switch? Why am I saying that like everyone should have a Switch? That
seems the response was coming from this.
The data collection's finished. I'll upload it to Frontier Nav.
All right, let's head to the next spot.
Oh my god, you don't have a Switch? Oh my god. Everyone has one. No, I don't know why I reacted like that. Not everybody has to have a Switch. You have, well, maybe you can convince her. Zaya? Zaya was literally, she's sitting behind me, staring at me. Maybe she can try it on your Switch and maybe she'll become a believer.
It's a horse-eat horse world.
No. No. Decapotamon. Why does that sound like a Pokemon? Or maybe it's a Digimon. Maybe it sounds more like a Digimon. Decapotamon. Yeah, I'm definitely a Digimon.
Okay, we're done analyzing this one too. I'll put it up on Frontier Nav.
Just one to go.
Let's knock it out.
Oh Oh my god, that was so cute. I forgot that they roll on their backs like that. Adorable. So cute. Under my other Switch to play Animal Crossing, so might as well leave her Xenoblade 2. But then, how are you gonna play? You know what? Zamped, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend that you lend your Xenoblade to somebody that you know because they might not return it. Along with your ladder. I can't wait for the Switch 2 plans. Me too! Did you get El kitted out with his... Oh, I did. He does have gear. He just looks like he doesn't because he's in a swimsuit. You're saving up until next Monolith game? Hell yeah. Dunban lent his Xenoblade to Shulk. Look what happened. I should have remembered. That's gonna be my... Well, you know what? Actually, it was a good move for Dunban to do that because it saved everybody. I'm up on my ladder playing Xenoblade 2. I'm gonna fight you. I have something to... Grass is blue. Why is it blue? Because sci-fi.
The sleeping dogs have risen.
Engaging.
Oh my god, if they announce a second Xenoblade 2 X or Xenoblade X 2, that would be wild. But I know they're working, aren't they working on a new RPG? I thought they were working on something else. I feel like I saw that from an article or something. That's really, but if you answered, probably don't. Oh, no worries. Yes, I am gonna do all affinity quests on stream, because they seem pretty like prevalent, story-wise. So yeah, I will save all affinity quests for stream for sure. Oh god. Okay. It was passive. That was really scary. No worries, Corvo. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. If it is Xenoblade 2, it will spoil Xenoblade X for you. Oh no.
Right. Upload to Frontier Nav confirmed. That's the last of them.
Good work. I'll let Doug know.
That you, Elma? Sorry, I'm audio only. We're kind of in the middle of something here.
Are you in combat? We'll be right there.
Nah, nothing you need to worry about. We got it under control.
Doug?
Alright, listen. If you really want to help, you can pick up my last data collection point. How's that sound?
Fair enough. But you better be careful.
Thanks, Lynn. I'll throw in some chocolate for the trouble.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, I want a drink too.
What?
There's a cafe that makes really good cocoa.
Oh, okay. I thought she was asking for an alcoholic beverage. I was gonna say, girl.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can make that happen. Alright. See you when we're done.
Elma, you think he'll be okay?
I'm sure he'll be fine. Doug is a man of his word. Guys like him always fight harder when they've got a promise to keep.
Oh.
Sounds like the opposite of Lao, huh? That guy never keeps a promise.
Yeah, my mom popped out. I was
Yeah,
like,
no kidding. All right, let's go hold up.
you
our
better
end of the
not.
bargain. Time to earn that cocoa.
Yep.
What was that monster? It was a, I think it was a tyrant. Wait, no, it wasn't a tyrant. It was something else. Xeno, Y, and Z. I love that. Xenoblade X2 announced on the Switch 2 Direct, obviously, since this game just came out, and I don't know what Monolith is cooking. Sure, yep, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Work on a new game, but Takahashi also said he wants to continue Xenoblade, but just no longer the Claw Saga. Yes. Yeah, I think, didn't he also say that he was done with the Xenoblade, like the original Xenoblade characters? And that, yeah, he's gonna be moving on to a new cast of characters. Actually, it has been a little bit since I have checked my gear. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness that we can use glamour. Thank goodness. Oh my god! Alright, arts. That was really funny. Okay, let's see if we have anything that can work our TP. I don't think I do. Standing ban emoji. Get both. After all, Monolith is also much bigger than... Oh yeah, at the beginning of the Switch cycle. Yep. Did Xenoblade 2 come out shortly after the Switch released, or was that like later on? Actually, upgrade. Oh, it was the first holiday title. Okay. Huh, I don't have any. December of the launch year. Oh, okay. Okay. It was one of the first announced games for... Was it? See, I don't remember that. Oh my god. How do I not remember that? I got a Switch on launch, too. For some reason, I don't remember that being... I mean, honestly, though, I was not connected with Xenoblade at all at the time. So... if they announced it, then I probably was like, okay, I don't play that game. So anyway, which is weird to think about now, right? Like, look at me now. What a wild thing to think about. Xenosaga is Capcom. Having to work on so many big Nintendo titles at the time too. Oh. Wait, is it Bandai? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm spreading misinformation. I'm sorry for the false news. It's Bandai. Why did I think Capcom? Where'd I even get that from? Thank y'all for correcting me. Because Capcom has been cooking.
Hey, Elma. Were there always this many indigents kicking around here?
No, definitely not. I wonder if the
they're
plant
almost
is
the
drawing
same
them
letters.
somehow.
Ooh.
I'll start the analysis.
I didn't realize how weird these plants.
And that's that. We're good.
We may have finished the data collection.
I do like pomegranate.
Isn't over just yet.
I don't like how that looks. Right, I don't either. It's weird.
I suppose Doug's team.
Yeah, they may be dealing with the same problem.
Bring on nasty critters. friends will teach them all a lesson.
You can help out anytime, you know.
Last quarter of 2025 or first quarter of 26? Possibly another mod on the soft if they cook. Yeah. I'm so excited. Just a reminder, I'm going to be streaming the Switch 2 Direct next week. I'm really, really excited. Oh my god. I'm going to pee my pants.
You can do it. Move in and do some damage.
Have a good date. Zamped, I hope it goes well.
Now you sting like bees.
What? I don't even know what something about bees. David, 13-year-old got a mini cut. Totally not a bad influence. Is it gonna be early? Did they announce a time or just the day? I can't remember. How come I can't use it? I thought I had 3,000.
On the next one. I feel great. Let me figure win.
Sting like butterflies, now we sting like bees. That's so funny. Oh, great.
Sorry to keep you guys.
Doug!
I'd have come sooner if I could. Guess this means I owe you both cocoa and chocolates, huh?
You know it.
Why does Doug's voice actor sound so familiar too?
It didn't have to be like this.
Oh. Oh, there's small ones too.
Ready? Let's move it!
Help! I don't see what the combos are! I don't know if I did it right. I don't know if I did that right. I feel. Oh, okay. Use an aura. This soon is unlikely, but it being the first direct means we get many games for later. So yeah, like, because I'm trying to think, didn't they, when they first announced Xenoblade 3, wasn't it just like a little teaser but with no date? Or it was just the year? Or am I making that up? We will put a sock on them. Oh, he's silly. Silly guy.
Hope you're ready for this. Furious blast.
Xenoblade 3, September 2022. Oh, okay.
Rising blaze. Fire. Rising blaze.
Wild strike to the kisser. Now cripple them.
Think your damage Ozumi is? What? Oh yeah, I use the yeah, I do use that. What's it called? I can't remember what that was called. Oh, in overdrive. Oh, never mind.
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Flame grenade.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when they moved the date up for Xenoblade 3. I was like, no, I'm not done with Xenoblade 2 yet. Everyone was so excited, and I was like, not me, I'm not ready.
These plants certainly seem to have some unique properties.
No kidding. Anyway, let's meet up in the city after I submit my report. We can split the reward, and I'll finally get you those drinks.
Copy that. Be careful.
Will do. Meet you at the cafe. I'll call Lau, too, so he can pony up as well.
He can pony up as well. Click cast, that's right. Okay. Excuse me, is that max affinity? Or no? Are me and Elma getting married? Wait, no. There are so many affinity quests. We might be playing this game for the rest of our lives. XVA has done a lot of English dub work in different anime. Oh, that's cool. He sounds really familiar.
Wow.
Hey, Lynn, listen. I hear you covered for me on a job.
I did.
He was what? Garage?
My bad. Look, how about I treat you to some tea to make up for it? I know a shop that sells the good stuff. Grown right here on Mira.
Wow, how exotic. Okay, you're forgiven.
How exotic.
That's all it took?
Hey, maybe next time you won't try to bribe me with chocolates like some little kid.
Well,
wasn't like chocolates.
Lynn, demand your own reward. Ask where Lau was this whole time.
Hey, what are you, a detective? I'll make it up to you as well, okay?
Any word on the results of that plant analysis, Doug?
Nope, nothing yet.
Well, I hope it's nothing serious.
You're telling me.
Not to worry. Whatever happens, Tatsu is here. And Tatsu more than happy to help friends and other pathetic sad beings who need it.
We did it! Okay. You learn the Photon Saber Art Starlight Duster. Love it. Okay. Well, that was great. I know, I trust Tatsu with my life, too. We have many more to do. But I think for today, we're gonna stop here. Honestly, I think I'm gonna do some of these side quests off stream. Just to get my fix in. But I think when we discussed it last time, that side quests work off stream. But of course, main story affinity quests will be done on stream. So yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. This was a wonderful stream. We made some good progress. We found out that we are in fact a robot. When we thought we were human. So yeah, that's great. I'll be live again tomorrow. I'll be live again tomorrow between, wait, hold on. What is tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow. I'm gonna try and go live a little bit earlier before noon. We're gonna see, because I need to lock in. But yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. I'm really, really excited. More Xenoblade, yay! If y'all are new here, welcome in. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. If you did, make sure to follow for more. And you can also follow me on other places. I'm the most active on Blue Sky. I'm Lorie on Blue Sky. You can also follow me on Twitter, but I don't really post on Twitter as much. Join our Discord if you want to discuss Xenoblade X or any of the Xenoblade games, any of the Xeno games. We have a channel dedicated to the Xeno series. Lots of really wonderful community folks in there. Hi, Squizzle. I'm just about to stop for the day, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. My YouTube channel is my main YouTube channel where I post my reactions and also my playthroughs of the games that I've gone through on stream. They're edited down, so I try and get like the big juicy stuff in those. If you want to watch my full VODs, I do have a VODs channel as well. I'm in the process of editing down my 12-hour stream. It's gonna take me a little bit, but I'm hoping to finish it by the end of the week, so y'all can see my first part of my Xenoblade X progress. And yeah, I'll be editing that and stuff. At least now you can ruminate over existence while you wait for Caleb. Yes, yup. Gonna catch my missed reaction for, to chapter 4 and chapter 5. Yes, yes. But yeah, thank you all again for being here. We're gonna raid Nixie. I believe Nixie is, she's working on her highlights. I hate this. Yeah, she's working on her highlights. So we're gonna go say hello. If you do not know Nixie, then you need to know Nixie because she's amazing. I love her to death. She plays amazing games. She's a wonderful person. And yeah, I adore her. If you are new to raiding with us, we're gonna say hi, hello, and then we're gonna use Lore Dance along with that. If you don't have my emotes, feel free to use whatever emote you want, or don't use an emote, whatever works for you. And yeah, I will see y'all tomorrow for another stream, starting around 11 a.m. Eastern time. If you want notifications for when I go live, feel free to join the Discord again, because that's where I post when I go live. Yeah, that's it. Thank you all again. I hope everyone has a great day. I will see y'all tomorrow for another stream. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.